I'll turn on my microphone and then I guess we'll start. All right, we've got a lot of bills to do today. We've got 7. That's more than what I usually put on the list, but to get done by the time we need to get done, it has to happen. So we're going to try to be brief, and I hope the people in the audience will help us in doing that. Give us the facts, only the facts, nothing but the facts, you know, that kind of stuff. And we'll open hearing on House Bill 1070 and ask the prime sponsor to introduce himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Election and Municipal Committee. For the record, I'm Ralph Boehm, Hillsborough District 20, which is the town of Litchfield. A little history, municipal budget. Official ballot law was the towns did not have enough facility big enough to hold regular town and school district meetings, and one town that had multiple locations. So this law came into effect, well, I believe 1995. This bill is common sense. If the governing body reduces something in the proposed operating budget, they must make the same reduction in the default. When this law was passed in 95, the default budget was always lower than the proposed operating budget. And after a while, certain associations and lawyers figured out a way by using the wording of the law to manipulate the default budget, make it higher than the operating budget to ensure that the budget will pass. And remember who pays these associations, the selectmen and the school boards that are abusing the law. So here's proof of what the intent of the law is. The wording of the second session ballot question concerning operating budget shall be as follows. I won't read it all, but should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be amount, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by the subdivision, or where the intent comes from, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 4013, Roman 10, and Roman 16 to take care of the issue of revived operating budget only. So you can easily see the intent. It was meant that the default, if the default was higher, then why would this be in the law if the article was defeated? What governing body would ask for a special meeting if they got more money? What school districts are doing to quote, quote, follow the law is, for example, not needing 3 teachers, they're removed from the proposed operating budget, but left in the default. If the teacher's contract said they will fund clubs and sports stipends for a total of $20K, but never spend more than 15, you guessed it, the proposed operating budget will be 15, but the default will be 20. On the town side, if every other year the town buys 2 cruisers and then the following year 1, the year with 1 will have 2 in the default, etc., etc. All there are arguments about contracts, not an issue. Any contract passed during the previous year will be in both the proposed operating budget and the default. If the contract expires, then it legally must be removed from both. Also, there is no verification of the default budget. It is made by the governing body and a copy is sent to the DRA. The DRA does not verify any facts, and over the last few years there were 2 lawsuits. No verification of any kind is meant. The selectmen or the school board can put any amount in there they want. For example, in my school district this year, the proposed operating budget was $23 million, while the default was $24 million. And the school board recommended not to pass the budget because they wanted the higher amount that was in the default. So with that, thank you.
Questions from committee members? Thank you very much, Representative. The other representatives, I'm not sure your names, but you didn't put rep down here, so I don't know. Are either of you signed up to speak on this? Any other rep here ready to speak on this issue? Seeing none, we'll move right on to NHMA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Heck, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we're here to oppose HB 1070, as this bill would change the calculation of the default budget by requiring that any reduction to an appropriation made by the governing body in the proposed budget is subtracted from the default budget. As Representative stated, this 95 and approximately 70 New Hampshire municipalities, not including school districts, have adopted this SB2 ballot form of town meeting. And since 1995, there's been 14 changes to the RSAs to amend this RSA 4013. Most recently, in 2018, the legislature, both the House and Senate, made very substantial changes to clarify the definition of default budget, the notification requirements, transparency, and to find, as to the sponsor's intent, whether or not a default budget can in fact be higher than the operating budget or the proposed budget. So the default budget in practice freezes what the voters appropriated in the previous year, and it goes to default. And because the meeting process is slightly different in SB2 towns, which I'm sure you're familiar, you have a public hearing on the budget, and then you have a deliberative session. At the deliberative session in current law, the voters can discuss the default, but they may not amend it. The voters at the deliberative session decide to reduce the proposed budget, it then cannot be recalculated into this equation under House Bill 1070 to then re-reduce the default budget that would then go to the ballot. There are several scenarios in which this could be quite problematic if the voters decided to make reductions or get rid of certain line items in the proposed budget, because then the default budget would not be able to reflect that if House Bill 1070 were to pass. In addition to that, the default budget is what was approved by the local legislative body. It is not meant to be a new policy change for the future year. And in practice, from a financial standpoint, you would essentially have to be grafting two different budgets together to come up with a third budget would be the default budget now, because you have what was approved last year, and it is supposed to be calculated by legal requirements under the law 7 and 342 and 2018, which are explicitly clear on how that should occur. So by grafting two budgets together to make a default budget, we're concerned that this is going to cause further confusion. But if the intent is to never have a default budget be higher than the proposed budget due to bond issues that roll into the operating budget, contracts and negotiations or collective bargaining agreements, that would become almost impossible for that to happen in every circumstance. And I think that was addressed in 2018. So I can certainly take any questions that you might have for me.
Questions from senators? Senator Ward?
So did you have a lot of municipalities, town managers call you and tell you what this bill would do to their work in the town?
Yes, they did. Some expressed that during the development of the budget, you calculate the default pretty much one time because you already know what was approved. This could create endless reiterations for like the office staff to have to create a budget every time the governing body or the budget committee makes some kind of adjustment. And then, of course, if House Bill 1070 were to pass, what the voters voted in last year in the default could look very, very different than what the proposed budget is. And the purpose of the default is to fall back on or default to what was previously approved by the legislative body. There have been some concerns that it takes the power away from the voters in that case. The default budget is what was approved by the legislative body.
Follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make a note that I heard from one of the town managers was very upset and said that this bill is going to make it very difficult for her to manage what she's doing. And essentially said this is not ready for prime time because she had not heard from a lot of her local representatives who should have checked with her what was going on and how, what this bill was going to do for the community.
Thank you, Senator.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Jeffrey Down?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff Dowd. I serve as the business administrator in school district. I'm not here in that capacity. I serve actually in the same town as Senator Birdsall's from. So I have a couple quick points to make, and I will keep them brief because I can appreciate the volume of people that you have here today. The first is just to take a look at, from a high-level view, what the default budget is and how it operates in the state. It does seek to take our appropriations from the previous year and roll them forward, plus or minus according to the statute. It's really a calculator. The default budget is submitted to the Department of Revenue Administration at what we call a functional level. So it's 1100 to 1200. So the general education line as a function is submitted. It's not a very detailed budget. A few years ago, the bodies did make an amendment so that the line item details for changes under subparagraph 2 shall be available for inspection by the voters. So we go into more detail than just that very high-level functional view. At the end of the day, however, the MSDS form that we submit for the Department of Revenue Administration and the additional detail that we have prepared for inspection by the voters really is more of a show your work type of form to show the calculation. The reason that I say this is because, and you'll hear occasionally that the default budget is a bottom line budget. It is a bottom line budget to the extent that the Supreme Court in the state has ruled under a case called Sullivan v. Hampton that governing bodies in situations where during that fiscal year the default budget is the budget that they're working with have an ability to go in and make a reallocation of their budget to meet their needs. So when we look at the budget and say, well, gee, if we have a reduction from $10,000 to $7,500 in one line, why is that getting rolled into the default budget? One of the reasons is that we cannot include the increases. So should things go up, software costs go up, that delta, that difference, that reduction that's in the operating budget doesn't get picked up in the default budget, and we use that to fund our increases. So really, it's more of a show your work situation with the forms, and that is a bottom line budget. A specific example of where this is really unclear. If I have a program where we're introducing Chromebooks into the schools, the first year, those are considered, that's considered new equipment, and that goes under the function code 1100 and object code 733, let's say. At some point, I've done what I need to do to bring those in, and I'm on a plan, so I'm spending the same amount every year just introducing them, replenishing them, off cycle. And at some point, those go from new equipment to replacement equipment, which might change that account code from 1100.733 to 1100.734, let's just say. In that case, I have a reduction in my 733 object code, and I have an increase in my 734. Under the current default budget scenario, the money just stays there. The same money stays in the 733, and then in the new year, if that passes, it would get rolled into the 734. Under the proposal that's being put forward, from a technical perspective, it is a reduction in one line that would get reduced in the budget, and I don't get the increase in the other line. I don't get the increase in my replacement equipment line. So there is a little bit of ambiguity as to how that's treated, because if it's at a functional level, at 1100 level or 1200 level, if that reduction is held at a different level where that's defined, then I can say we can make those little accounting adjustments. And I would also hate to think that boards are going to be less likely to try and make changes to the budget, to reduce the budget, because they know that their reductions are going to get picked up in the default. I am one of those towns, we're one of those towns. We had a significant delta this year between our default budget and our operating budget. Our operating budget was lower by about $300,000. The reason for that is simple. And if you have a default budget that's lower by $1,000, by $300,000, typically it's going to be for probably one of two reasons. One of them is that governing body has done a good job reducing their budget. And that is the case with our district. We had a new superintendent. We took a look at zero-based budgeting, and we're able to introduce some significant reductions. That's not going to, that'll roll forward next year, and the default budget again will probably be lower next year once we're on a level playing field. But that's one reason. The other reason is that governing bodies may not be following the statute. And the bill sponsor had offered a couple scenarios. One of them was that a teacher was removed from the operating budget. That's a position that's being removed by the RSA right now. That's a position that will come out of the default budget along with benefits. So this is a situation where if a governing body is not following the current statute, I don't think that this amendment will seek to correct that. And the other scenario, I think, was two police cruisers. If your town buys or your municipality buys a cruiser every year, that might just be part of their normal spend. If they're buying two cruisers one year and one cruiser the next, one of those cruisers in the previous year may be a one-time expenditure. One-time expenditures by your own statute currently come out of the budget. This bill wouldn't give any additional control over that. We don't have anyone taking a look at the bill. The Department of Revenue Administration isn't tasked with that. The district that I was with formerly did have a lawsuit, and after that, the board was much more diligent about putting together their budgets. So, and I can assure you, after that lawsuit, it was very unfortunate, after that lawsuit happened, that's where the compliance came in. So I would urge you to consider the impact of this bill and some of the ambiguities that may result. And quite frankly, I'm not sure that even with a reduction in spending, if that's going to fix the calculation of the default budget by the governing bodies as identified by the speaker. And I think that really is the goal here, is to try and ensure compliance with the statute. So are there any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Senator Bertzel.
Thank you for coming in and testifying. So you answered the questions on the I think the representative gave us 3 examples, the police car, the teachers. Now, for instance, on stipends. So if a town or a municipality, whether it's a school or a town, has set aside $20,000 or $100,000 for stipends, and they only use, let's say, half of that, why would that full amount go into the default budget and not the delta of what they've already spent and what they haven't spent?
That's a great question, or what they're potentially looking to spend the next year. The reason for that is that money that's in there, we can look at it and say, well, in that line, it doesn't really make sense. But that additional, that $10,000 delta is being used to fund increases in the normal operations of the district, which are not allowed to be included in the default budget, such as a software increase. Software may go up 5% a year. I may not include that. I would not include that in the default budget. So that small amount of that amount of 10,000 would then be used to offset those increases. And the philosophy that I've always looked at this under is, look, you get what you get, make it work. So if you are rolling forward that 20,000 and that's 10,000 extra, that's the same thing that was appropriated in the previous year, except we're not giving you additional money for your software increases or your subscription increases, or a lot of the things. For cost of fertilizer might go up, the cost of paint might go up, just those things that go up in the budget that we have to address and find money for. That's how the municipalities and governing bodies are able to find that and cover those increases. It's not asking for anything more from the taxpayers from the previous year. It's just reallocating what you have, making good use, and you get what you get. Figure it out.
Additional questions? Thank you very much. Scott Gross.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Senators. My name is Scott Gross. I'm the Business Administrator for SAU 19, which represents both Goffstown and New Boston. I am not going to reiterate what Mr. Dowd had explained to you, because largely it's very similar. But what I wanted to demonstrate to you on my laptop here is that this is a copy of Goffstown's default budget. And what you'll see, as Jeff mentioned, there are different function lines. 1,100 is your regular education, 1,200 is your special education. And what you're going to see here is that this past year, we lowered the default budget for regular education by $104,000 and change, and we had to increase the default budget for special education due to out-of-district placements and some other reasons by a little over $170,000. What's concerning about this bill to me is how it's going to be implemented, and will I be penalized as a business administrator for doing the right thing? So in this particular case, if our costs are not needed and we lower that default budget, and we're being honest about it, if it's going to force me to then reduce that general education budget by that almost $104,000, I'm being penalized for being honest. I don't think that should be the case. I think myself and the vast majority of business administrators across the state who handle school finances do the right thing. Ultimately, the default budget is signed off on by the local governing body, which is your school board. We make recommendations to them as to what are one-time expenditures, what are non-reoccurring expenses. But I wanted you to see firsthand that it does happen where you do lower that default budget. And this bill does not address the bottom line, or am I going to be forced to then lower my general fund by $104,000? So what happens when we prepare our budgets is that we look at their budgets as a bottom line, knowing that it impacts the local taxpayer. And there are many times where you don't add a position, you shift a position, or you have a rise in your fuel costs, which we saw with propane and oil going up. So you have to cut other things. So in one function line, you'll see an increase. The other function line, you'll see a decrease. So we do try to manage it from bottom line budget. But I just wanted to just dispel the notion that, if you were to do this the way that it's being advocated, it would definitely hurt our ability to kind of manage expenses, especially across the function lines, which is what we're expected to do at the DRA. So that's all.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Eric, come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Eric Power. I'm from the town of Brookline, the southern part of the state. We have both traditional and SB2 meetings in our town, and I'm in support of this bill. I think it makes a lot of sense because it provides flexibility to a school board or a select board to make reductions that they couldn't otherwise make. There can be changes. There's a number of changes that are permitted and required under, under Section 11A, but there could be other ones that would be prudent to make depending on what's happening. And they may not be fallen under any of the categories that are here that are listed in 11A. So I think empowering the governing bodies to be able to make this adjustment makes a lot of sense. It avoids what could happen is you use last year's budget and it just keeps going forward, whether it makes sense or not. And this allows the flexibility for the governing bodies to make this adjustment where they find it prudent to make, so that the default budget really reflects the very base that you need. And they're not required to make that. It's just an option for the governing body, whether it's a select board or a school board. So I'm in support of this. Thank you, and I recommend ought to pass.
Questions from senators? I have a question,
Sure.
and the rest of you can think about it. Say in my budget, I say, well, I'm going to stop having a transfer station in my town, and I'm going to make it drive 20 miles to a different transfer station, and that's going to save you X number of thousands of dollars. Under this bill, wouldn't that reduction also be in the default budget? And therefore, no matter whether the voters voted for or against that default budget, then I would lose the money and have to go to that other transfer station, even if I'm 10 miles the other way, which means a 30-mile round trip to go to the transfer station. Am I interpreting it wrong?
Senator, I think you have a good point. So if they make a decision to take something out of the default budget, it won't be there, but the legislative body, if they have support, could make the change and add it back in at the deliberative session, and then it would be voted on. So it's still possible. The legislative body still has the power there, but the governing body has a starting point. It's a good point, though.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, that was the last person on the list that was speaking. There was one other person who signed up in support and did not wish to speak. Just a minute, we will start the hearing on the next item. I was anxious to get on with the next one. I know, here it is. I apologize for hiding it on you. Okay, and the next bill is House Bill 1082. And in lieu of the prime sponsor, Senator Birdsall.
The chair of House Election Laws.
Oh, the chair of House Election Law is here. Okay.
Yes.
I thought I had different directions, but
Catherine texted me yesterday asking.
Apparently the chair didn't hear from Catherine yesterday.
I may have. But as you know, the chair is far from perfect.
I live that every day. Thank you, Chairman Gray. Thank you, senators, for having me here today, and thank you for scheduling HB 1082. HB 1082 is prohibiting certain state officers from forming political action committees. It comes to you after vote of the House. Under the New Hampshire Constitution, the Secretary of State and Treasurer are jointly elected by the Senate and the House via a secret ballot. The duties and responsibilities of those positions are codified in RSA 5 and 6 respectively. And in accordance with RSA 5:1, the role of the Secretary of State falls under the purview of both the legislative and the executive branches. The statute further advises that the election of the Secretary of State or the State Treasurer shall be conducted without regard to the party affiliation. This makes New Hampshire a very unique state in another way, in that only 2 other states have a Secretary of State that is elected by the legislature, Tennessee and Maine. And Maine has an existing statute that prohibits certain officials from forming PACs. And indeed, in Maine, by statute, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the State Auditor, or any individual running for these offices may not form a political action committee or be involved in decision-making for or solicit contributions to political action committees. Tennessee does not have a statute, but apparently, when contacted in regards to this, their response was basically the idea was so absurd they hadn't even put it into statute. But we know that that changes from year to year in every legislature, but suffice it to say that's been the practice for many years, and the statute has been in place for many years in Maine without constitutional challenge. There have been objections to this as being a chilling effect on free speech in regards to campaign contributions and the case laws that have been decided. But to date, there has been nothing on point on this. And as I've just pointed out, the statute in Maine has not been challenged successfully. It might have had something at the lower court, but there's nothing in a reported decision in regards to the status. This really has not been an ongoing issue for New Hampshire because we had a Secretary of State for 30-something years. We had the longest-serving Secretary of State in the nation. It did become an issue 1 or 2 terms ago when there was a challenge by somebody not from somebody outside the walls of the House and Senate, and a political action committee was formed. Without commenting on that particular race, it obviously raises the question of fundraising and solicitation for support from members in regards to a position that holds substantial power in regards to legislation or the conduct of business. In regards to the Secretary of State, as chair of election law, I sort of think of them as the election people, but they're actually much more. The Secretary of State is also in charge of corporations and has substantial influence on many aspects of the law. And this law was brought forward by a member of our committee and supported by the House in regards to trying to ensure that the office not only stays nonpartisan, but does not become subject to the fundraising activities that often end up with questions after the fact as to who is representing or acting on someone's best interests. Thank you very much for your time. The election committee, the majority of the election committee requests your support, and I'd be happy to take any questions to the extent I can, given that I was not the prime sponsor.
Questions from senators? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators.
There being only one other person that signed up in support but does not wish to speak, close the public hearing and we'll open the next one as soon as we're ready. Are you prime on the next one? Okay. Well, welcome the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 1194, which requires a 3/5 supermajority vote of a legislative body to override a local tax cap. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline and Mason in Hillsborough County, District 26. Year after year, New Hampshire taxpayers are faced with increasing local spending and escalating tax bills, making it extremely difficult for some of our constituents to make ends meet. House Bill 1194 helps to address the problem of escalating taxes resulting from unsustainable spending at the local level. This bill comes as a request from a number of constituents. As you know, Chapter 32, Municipal Budget Law, gives the voters in every political subdivision the authority to adopt a local tax cap. This bill before you pertains specifically to political subdivisions that raise and appropriate funds through an annual meeting. Under current statute, a tax cap may be adopted by a 3/5 supermajority vote of the legislative body, and the legislative body can then override the tax cap with a simple majority vote. The issue that this bill addresses is evident. Under current statute, a tax cap which was adopted by a 3/5 supermajority vote can be overridden by a simple majority vote. As a result, currently, a local tax cap has no ability to cap any spending. At best, a tax cap simply limits the total proposed spending on all warrant articles proposed by the governing body or a budget committee at the annual meeting. Thus, a tax cap is both toothless and useless. The solution that this bill provides is simple and straightforward. It requires a 3/5 supermajority vote of a legislative body to override a local tax cap. Since the purpose of a tax cap is to ensure fiscal responsibility and prudence in spending, it is therefore reasonable that any proposed spending which exceeds a tax cap should have a higher threshold to pass than just a simple majority. Additionally, requiring a 3/5 supermajority to override the tax cap ensures that any spending that exceeds the tax cap is in fact warranted and is supported by the voters. Furthermore, I would point out that a 3/5 supermajority vote is required for bonds, notes, and multi-year lease agreements without an escape clause because of the extraordinary financial commitment. Moreover, the provisions of House Bill 1194 are similar to the provisions of Senate Bill 52, signed into law last year, which requires a supermajority vote for city charter exclusions and ordinances that have the effect of a tax cap override. Lastly, it's important to note that this bill in no way limits the legislative body's authority to either increase or decrease the amount of any single appropriation or the total amount of all appropriations. In conclusion, this bill establishes a 3/5 supermajority to override a local tax cap, putting much-needed teeth into the tax cap. This bill aligns the vote thresholds to adopt as well as to override. This bill affords flexibility in spending while maintaining fiscal responsibility to taxpayers. And importantly, this bill provides our constituents with an essential tool to more effectively manage unsustainable spending and to keep their local taxes under control. For these reasons, I urge this committee to recommend House Bill 1194 ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my bill presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you allow.
Questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eric, we'll take you first this time because Ms. Heck went first last time, so we'll rotate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm Eric Power from Brookline. I was a former school board member. I served for 3 years. In Brookline, we passed an 8% tax cap for the Brookline School District in 2018 by the 3/5 supermajority. And the tax cap's actually been overridden two of the 4 budget seasons that we've had it in effect. And frankly, it's been a challenge. The first couple of years, it was difficult to get the school board and the SAU to really even respect the tax cap. The last 2 years, they've actually done the calculation and presented to the voters. Under SB2, the deliberative sessions have increased the spending above the tax cap, and then it went to the ballot. The official balloting session approved these warrant articles above the tax cap, but did not receive the supermajority in all cases. So that the simple majority was able to approve spending above the tax cap by the balloting. Around town, I talk to voters, and they say, Eric, we put in this tax cap. How can we get this spending with just a simple majority? People ask why it can be overridden so easily. I also have some colleagues in Newfound Regional School District, and I've spoken to them, and they've had similar experiences. They're another school district that has adopted the tax cap. Like SB 52 that clarified supermajority overrides for tax caps under RSA 49B and 49D, this change makes sense for municipalities that these cities enjoy. It's not logical that a supermajority of voters that supported enacting a tax cap can have a simple majority override it. So this bill includes provisions for towns and school districts that have traditional meetings or SB2, and even school districts that use the SAU alternative budget procedure under RSA 194C. If you'd like, after the meeting or in the following days, I can provide some examples of how this supermajority would be implemented in practice. The other thing I wanted to mention is I was appointed by the Select Board of Brookline to chair a Brookline BudCom study committee. We're looking at establishing a budget committee for the town. And we looked at many issues related to budget committees. We talked and worked with many budget committees across the state, both official and unofficial, to see what made sense. And one subject that came up relevant to this is I asked them about the tax cap. Why haven't you done a tax cap? And what I heard from a lot of these other budget committees, official and unofficial, is like, well, it doesn't really do that much. It doesn't have the effect that we would want. We want a tax cap to have an override provision that's not just a simple majority. So they didn't think it was worth the effort to try to pass it. And it's not an easy thing to pass. You need a supermajority to pass it. So this RSA has been in effect for 11 budget seasons after being passed in 2011. So I think that if we pass this, more towns and school districts with annual meetings will adopt this section, because if it has the provisions that we are seeking in this bill, it will have the teeth that will provide the fiscal responsibility and make it worth it for other towns to adopt it. Those who have had it have seen the tax cap somewhat slow unnecessary spending, but not completely because of the ability for the simple majority to override it. So I would recommend ought to pass on HB 1194, and thank you for listening, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Questions from senators? Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like a clarification. So under paragraph B, which is lines, there's some language on lines 20 and 21. If the 3/5 vote is not obtained, then the operating budget shall be reduced by appropriations already raised to remain compliant with the tax cap. So in other words, instead of putting those resulting changes to the voters at town meeting to be a legislative act, the budget is then modified subsequent to town meeting by the administrators discretionarily.
No, it would be in accordance with this law. So if they say they passed a budget that went over the tax cap, but it did not get this 3/5 supermajority, it would be adjusted down to the dollar amount that would put it at the tax cap to be compliant.
Follow up if I may, Chair. Okay, so
Absolutely.
is the intent, or maybe I should be asking the drafter, but just, is the intent to have the one appropriation that was not approved removed? Because I don't think this language accomplishes that, if that was the intent.
So when you're at a meeting, town meeting, whether it's traditional or a school district meeting that's traditional or SB2, the order in which you take up the articles matters. So when you start passing articles, you're keeping a tally of how much you've passed. When you have an article that will exceed the tax cap, that's when this would kick in. If that's the operating budget, this would take place that you would, in SB2, you would be looking at it as a default budget or an operating budget that was proposed. So if once you do the balloting in SB2, you basically have a result. So you have to take the default budget. If that's still higher than the tax cap, it gets reduced. If there's things ahead of it that have added up to be above the tax cap. I think if districts have the tax cap, they would be wise to put the operating budget high enough in the warrant so that it would be not affected by this, and they would put the more discretionary things, if you will, below. That would be the wise way to enact, to work with this tax cap.
Following along with Senator Perkins Coker's question, wouldn't it be prudent that instead of having someone adjust the budget afterward, that there be a requirement that there would be an alternative of a tax compliant budget that either is the default budget, or if it isn't the default budget, another one that they could, take action upon and therefore achieve a compliant budget?
That's a good question, Senator Gray, and I think a wise legislative body and governing body, let's talk about the SB2 system for a second. They would, at the deliberative session, they would be wise to put together a budget that would meet the tax cap or risk not having that pass. So they would be doing that at the deliberative session. At the town meeting, if you have a traditional town meeting, as we have in Brookline, what you would be doing, you would say the motion to pass this operating budget received a majority, but not a supermajority. The meeting could decide to reconsider a smaller number until it got the supermajority. So that would be the advantage in the traditional meeting. I think if that's what you're asking, that's how they would have to work that.
It's not my time to explain too much more, but we're going to get to the rest of the testimony before we, make any pronouncements, because I'll talk about my opinion during the exec session. Any further questions? Seeing none, Catherine, you're up.
Thank you.
Our one opposed person, huh?
Thank you, Senator Gray, and members of the committee for seeing me again so quickly today. My name is Catherine Heck, for the record, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to this legislation. The reason we're opposed to this legislation is because the communities, cities, towns, schools, and village districts who have already adopted the provisions of a tax cap did so under certain understanding. And that understanding was that they wanted to limit the authority of the governing body or the budget committee on what was brought forward. So the amount of money brought forward, if it was 8%, 2%, whatever that might be, is what is brought forward to the annual meeting for deliberation. Their intent was, under the way they adopted the rules, this would be stripping them of their simple majority, which that is not how they adopted their tax cap, and now requiring them to have a 3/5 majority in order to move forward with a budget. In addition, the current law says that the tax cap shall not limit the legislative body's authority to increase or decrease the amount of appropriations on the total amount of all appropriations. So while we're hearing that you need a 3/5 majority to now pass it, so there is no limitation, I would argue that that is not the intent when it's the elected body's responsibility to bring forth a responsible budget under the tax cap. It's not for the poor voters to show up and try to convince each other that they have to have the same stringent requirements as a bond issue, which I would say is quite different because that's long-term debt. So, the last thing I would like to say is that with this tax cap type of legislation and the communities that have already adopted it, they already do bring forward responsible budgets. And when they're looking to do large projects for infrastructure, say roads or broadband, water and sewer projects, the tax cap is already quite limiting. So to further put limitations on them to move their communities forward when they are doing what has been required of the legislative body, I think would be unfortunate. And I do think it takes power away from the voters themselves. So I would like to see this legislation inexpedient to legislate, please. Thank you.
Questions? Senator Perkins Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Catherine, for being here. So just to clarify, in a case where a town under SB2 procedures does want to do sort of a special capital project, that project already needs to be included under the budget, which comes forward and needs to already be compliant with the tax cap under normal procedures.
That's correct, unless it becomes a separate bond issue. So,
Right.
yep, and they can have a special meeting. So it gets quite complicated to stay within that cap level.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There were 3 people who had signed up not wishing to speak, all in support. With that, close the public hearing, and as soon as we're ready, we'll open the next one. Is the prime sponsor here? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you.
Okay,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. Thank you very much, Senator Gray and senators, for hearing House Bill 1268. For the record, my name is Juliette Harvey Bolia. I represent Tilton and Samberton, and I give you this bill. This is a simple bill. It proposes to make a simple change to a certain section in Chapter 47. In the miscellaneous section about bylaws, and it only changes a few words. The whole clause is they may make any other bylaws and regulations, and it strikes which may seem for the well-being of the city, and inserts for the abatement of nuisances that interfere with the use and enjoyment of property. So what I have done is to propose to eliminate the vagueness of this clause and insert something that is very much in keeping with the rest of the chapter, which is, if you read, the whole thing is all about nuisances. So it's all about burial of the dead and chandlers. It's an old RSA that was written and amended into the statute in 1846. So it has only to do with nuisances, if you read the whole thing. So what this does is, yes, it was brought to our attention by way of mask mandates, but it's really much more than that. This change, by cleaning it up and making the law specific, prevents a patchwork of differing bylaws in each city, which we saw over the last couple of years when we have quite a few differing mandates in each city to do with communicable diseases. Differing times, sometimes they were rescinded and then reapplied. They often weren't on the city websites, so a visitor from the outside would have no way of knowing exactly what the mandate is, or if it was in place, or if it applied to children of 2 years or 5 years, etc. I'm not going to go into all that, and this is not about COVID necessarily, specifically. Also, the law allows, if written as such, allows DHHS and state agencies to take a lead role in communicable disease efforts, as they have planned. If you read other, next we're going to do another bill, which we'll touch on it more. This bill still allows cities to address any local public health issue, because it says for the abatement of nuisance. And it leaves broader issues such as communicable disease and environmental issues, which are now what we're dealing with in public health is now synonymous with many environmental issues such as carbon, nitrogen. So that's what we are dealing with. We heard a bill in Resources, Recreation, and Development last week, which seeks to institute a nitrogen tax to abate nitrogen. That is public health now. It's much broader than in 1846. So other things that it does is this bill here, as it stands, has no process for redress in the statute. It passes without a public hearing requirement whatsoever. It can be passed by a majority of the city council. And it is considered ancient language by legal standards because it is so old that it possibly could have constitutionality issues. It was also almost never used prior to 2020 because we have other bylaws that address septic, drainage, etc. So I ask the committee to please consider that we need specific laws, and specific laws are better laws, and to please not allow this very, very broad allowance in here, which can leave us all at the prey of a patchwork of differing laws. That is it. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Senator Perkins Poca.
Yeah, thank you. Could you clarify, you just made reference in your testimony to the fact that some things could be passed without public hearing. Are you referring to actions of staff, such as the health officer? Because, I mean, I served on city council, and obviously any ordinance that needs to be passed has to go through 3 readings and public hearing. So maybe you could just clarify your comment?
Well, as it's now a city council can choose to do a public hearing if they wish, but it is not in the statute. It just says that they may have a public meeting. So it doesn't say hearing. So that's why I said that. Maybe that is my understanding, that a city council may have a public meeting and pass a bylaw without a specific hearing of the public. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Additional questions? Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm always curious when I see something added to something. What was the impetus for this?
The impetus for this is the mask, well, it was drawn to our attention, myself and other members of the House, by way of the mask mandates. And this particular clause is what city councils use to enact mask mandates in their town. City, I'm sorry. But it is really, as I stated, it is really much, and I don't want, I hope the committee doesn't think it is only about that, because it can be about any communicable disease measure. I don't see anything that would stop a city council from passing a lockdown or other measures that have anything to do with public health. And as I stated, that includes carbon, anything to do with carbon taxing or nitrogen taxing, or in the city of New York, they're trying to ban fossil fuels under the auspices of public health. So really, my motivation is to really define it, as I believe we really do need to do, seeing as how New Hampshire is a Dillon's Rule state, and to have vague laws only leaves the possibility for problems down the road, because it is not expressly granted. So is it really a proper law?
Follow up?
Ma'am?
Thank you. So when I saw this sentence, and having read all these things beforehand, abatement of nuisances. So what is a nuisance? When I thought trashing on your lawn, loud music, that could be a nuisance for the person on this particular property.
Mm-hmm.
It did not occur to me that you would have mask mandate as part of this, that this would be interpreted as wearing a mask. I must have missed something in this bill. When you mentioned masks.
Yes, thank you for your question, Senator Ward. So this is the way it is originally written. Cities took this phrase that they may make any other bylaws and regulations which may seem for the well-being of the city. And they said, well, I think masks will be for the well-being of the city. And this is what we're using to pass a mask mandate. And they did it. So my argument is that that this whole chapter 47 is all about chandlers and dead horses and carcasses and garbage, and it's all about nuisances. I don't think in 1846 they thought that they would ever conceive that we would be dealing with a communicable disease to this extent, where we have a patchwork of different laws, where we're passing laws or bylaws that would prompt people to have to wear masks, children to wear masks, and not only that, but as I said, the whole issue of the crossover between environmental health and public health is now what public health really is now. So I'm hoping the committee will see that we really need specifics in here, or public health can be almost anything that's the way it's going in other states, and that's what's come to our state in the way of carbon taxing or nitrogen taxes that we are seeing. And DHHS is not opposing this bill. If you look at a lot of their guidance, they state that they want to take the lead on communicable health. Rightly so. Viruses don't stop at the border of towns. So why would we allow this patchwork of differing laws? A unified approach is the best. And lastly, DHHS has staff, and they can perform risk analyses which are very important, you know, these laws have health consequences to the individual. I don't see any towns performing risk analyses to see if their laws that they pass that have to do with individual health are actually going to make people's health worse in the long run, or to have unintended consequences to do with children, or, you know, we hear about, I got letters from different people about dental decay. We have children who chew on their masks, etc. I don't want to get into all the particulars of that, but that is what I will end with. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one, if I may, you've repeatedly mentioned towns and a patchwork, but this refers to the power of city councils. And
Right.
for example, the city of Manchester has a health department that I think DHHS would say really is probably one of the foremost in the state in terms of dealing with health issues. So why would the city of Manchester not want to be able to enact laws dealing with health and now just limit it to property, because that's what the language of this seems to do?
Thank you very much for your questions. Good question. As I understand, well, for instance, as I stated, it's not just about masks. Two things. DHHS, as you can see from their literature on their website about communicable disease and handling that effort, they would like to take the lead effort rather than have each city take a lead effort on communicable disease, for one. Secondly, as I stated, it does open the door if it's so broad as to say, which may seem for the well-being of the city. I'll leave it to your judgment to think that banning fossil fuels is for the well-being of the city. That is something that's happened in New York City. We're going towards, that may come here. We have environmental concerns. We have the city of Dover, which would like to, presented a bill to us last week, which would like to, seeks to tax people because they produce nitrogen, because they have a nitrogen problem, and that's every property owner. So that's why I plead with the committee to please put some boundaries on this language, because other people come into the city and they use the city. So it's not just about the residents of Manchester, but people who work in Manchester or travel to Manchester as well, although they do have a robust Board of Health, as you mentioned. Does that answer your question?
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Senator Bertzel.
Thank you. I just have a couple question. This is limiting the authority for city council bylaws and ordinances. Not just cities have councils. For instance, Derry has a town council as well. Would this apply to the town council?
It applies to powers of city councils. I am not sure if it applies to Derry or towns like Derry specifically. I'm not sure the difference between those.
Follow?
All of them.
Just one last, and correct me if I'm wrong. So basically what you're looking to do, because this ordinance was written long ago and the subject is mostly about nuisances, you're eliminating this piece of the sentence to continue this subject of nuisances rather than a piece that's being used from, let's say, health departments to use it for whatever choice they want. Is that what you're looking to do?
Yes, thank you for your question, Senator. Yes, it is in keeping with there is another section in here that deals with nuisances previously in this chapter, but it doesn't say it doesn't say that they may make any other bylaws, so it does increase their ability to make any sort of bylaw about nuisances that interfere with the use or enjoyment of property, which is what this whole chapter is about. But in the interest of, if we want to allow towns to, or cities to, make laws about communicable disease, shouldn't we have a coordinated approach, bring DHHS on board, and have a statewide approach, and then introduce it back so that there is we have some specific language in here, and so that it's a unified approach. And then possibly have, and also an area where they can redress any grievances with the law for the residents. Thank you. Thank you.
I have questions.
Okay.
And I'm not going to mention HHS in any of my questions. Say I own a farm and I got a house on the road and I want to take the two lots and I want to merge them together. And now it becomes a farm. I live next door. I say, hey, those cows are going to produce a smell that is limiting my enjoyment of my property. I'm the farmer. I'm saying, if you don't grant that, then you're limiting my enjoyment of my property. Where do I go?
Thank you, Senator Gray. So your question is?
My question is, it appears that this land, although we're looking at an enjoyment of my property, can work both ways. It limits someone else's enjoyment of their property because they're the ones that create the nuisance. And so I'm trying to get you to speak to that.
Okay.
Where there could be conflicting requirements.
Exactly.
I have a rooster. He crows every morning. Okay?
Right.
I need the eggs. But that's a nuisance. Mm-hmm. Doesn't this, both parties, don't they both have a
say?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And those issues come up all the time in towns, in cities and or towns, probably more so in towns if you're talking about farms. But this will, I mean, cities and towns spend a lot of time trying to mitigate the interplay between the noisemaker and the person with the property. And there's elsewhere in this chapter 47, it does address noises. And then of course, each city has their own noise ordinance and other nuisance ordinance. The language for use and enjoyment of the property is something that I got from a nuisance task force that was, that happened in 2014, and they put out, because it's so difficult, as you were saying, Senator Gray, it's almost, this argument goes back and forth all the time, and I've worked in public health, and I've worked in town government, dealing in the land use office, so I know exactly what you're talking about. But, so the issue of nuisances is very at the forefront of a lot of towns having to deal with it. But my point is, I took that language, I didn't make up that language on my own, but I took it from the New Hampshire Public Task Force, Public Health Nuisance Task Force document that was produced in 2014, because I know how important it is to get the language just right when it comes to nuisances. They did a study in 2014 about nuisances, public nuisances, to help towns and cities with this very important problem of you've got a farm and you've got noise and enjoyment. So I would not want to propose to make up that language myself, but that is the definition they used of public health nuisances. So I took that language that they worked on, and all the cities came together, and employees and staff, and they came up with that language about what is a nuisance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, we have Ren Bowden.
Thank you, Chair, and Board, and thank you very much for having us here today. I want to speak to oppose House Bill
introduce
1268.
yourself first.
My name is Ren Bowden. I work for the City of Nashua in public health. So I'm here to oppose House Bill 1268. This bill, if passed, although seemingly small, will have a large impact on the programs that we run and we operate within our city. The interesting thing about our state is even though that it's small, it covers a large area. There's a lot of differences in our state based on where we live. And so those challenges that we face could be different based on where that is. The population of our state is also extremely different. The density, we have over 221 towns and 13 cities in our state. In just 2 of those cities, 1 out of 7 people live. So clearly the challenges that we face in those areas are going to be different than, let's say, Rochester or Coos County or Tamsworth or Franklin or anywhere else where the population is different. In our state, we can drive to a beach, hike in a mountain, go to a forest in pretty much less than an hour drive, once again highlighting how unique our state is. So the intent, I believe, of the original law pretty much states for the well-being of the city. It shows that the uniqueness that we have in our state is critical to keeping that control at the local level to identify and to face at a rapid level those challenges that other areas may not face. So some example that we have, so something that we get as a complaint on a regular basis, let's say, is mold and indoor air quality. So these things, there are no laws, with mold. Nothing on a federal level, nothing on a state level, nothing on a local level. Our ability, if this bill passes in the future, to create such a bill at the local level because of how density that our housing is would be hampered by this, because we'd be utilizing the well-being of those that we serve to address those needs. So the ability for us to address those types of complaints that aren't expressly given to us elsewhere under statute would be hampered. I think we've seen in the state that one size does not fit all, and that's exactly what this bill really aims to do, is put the power at the state level only and take away that control at the local level to address the unique needs that we have. One of our existing programs that could actually be challenged is our pool program. So under RSA 485A-26, it allows cities to create a sampling program, but not a licensing program or an inspection program. And this is something that Nashua has done for 50 years, a little under 50 years, since 1975. This program could be lost or could be modified if this bill passes, because it's not expressly given to us to create these programs elsewhere in statute. So we also have to think of the complications that our existing programs have, or what could be lost by this. There was also mentioned that this bill is not, it's not a health bill, right? So outbreaks, illnesses, these are covered under other statutes. RSA 141-C already covers this. So there was a lot of talk about having it kind of covering these types of issues. Those issues are already covered elsewhere. So there's no need to really bring that up because it's already covered under other statute. So I would like to really, again, impress how different our state is, how unique our individual needs are, and the ability to contain that control at the local level to address those unique needs that we may have based on where we live and where we work. And I'll happily answer any questions that the board has.
Questions of the senators? None, thank you very much. And
Thank you very much.
Heidi? Looks like starts with Pete, so I'll stop there because somebody's coming up.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Thank you, Senators. Thank you for allowing this testimony today. My boss, Bobby Bagley, I'm sorry. I work for the city of Nashua. I'm Nashua's health officer. I've been with the city this is my 27th year. We submitted a letter, and instead of, she wanted me to read it, but I'm going to paraphrase real quickly. We got the support of our Board of Health, our local Board of Health, our mayor and our alderman to oppose this bill. And one of the biggest problems is that, yes, which may seem for the well-being of the city, we are in the RSAs all the time in our enforcement capabilities, and we know what the limits are there. And so to put something else in there that it references nuisances doesn't do it justice for what we do on a daily basis. Our programs are diverse. As Ren said, none of our communities within the state are identical. We're a border city, so we have unique needs in that way. And let me go back to this. We are the first and only accredited health department within the state. There are some requirements that come along with that. We actually do conduct our own communicable disease investigations within Nashua. Manchester does the same. There are the two health departments within the state other than the state. And I'm concerned about what has already been enacted, what we've got for our local control, what this will do to our programs. All throughout the pandemic, the one thing that we heard was local control. If our local control or our decision-making is taken away from us, we will not be able to deal with the concerns of the citizens as they happen in real time. And I'm going off script, I'm sorry.
We appreciate that. We'd like people to paraphrase and not read.
Yes, thank you. So, let's see. And we did have a due process. We do have due process in what we do. We don't just arbitrarily make up rules. There is a process that allows the public to express their opinions, and we work very diligently on that. And we also know that if something happens and we can't just send people to the state, because the state will send them right back to us as the local health department if there is a concern, if there is a nuisance. And we deal with nuisances all the time, and I'm the manager of the environmental health department, and if no one knows what to do with a situation, it becomes a nuisance. And then we have to try to figure it out. But that is really about it without actually reading the entire document.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Natch.
Thank you. Nate Grace for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We oppose this bill. So just to address some questions already asked by the committee, Senator Birdsell asked if this would apply to town council towns. There is a provision in the town council statutes that essentially says that they can do what city councils do, so it would affect them. I believe you also asked whether there was already a provision in RSA 4717 about nuisances. There is. That's Roman numeral 14, and that's one of our two major issues with this bill. There's already a provision that allows city councils to abate nuisances. As such, we're not sure exactly what this language would add. Presumably, it would limit the authority of city councils in some form regarding the use or enjoyment of property, which goes to the question that Senator Gray asked regarding, well, how do we determine if there are two competing enjoyments? And I don't know how to resolve that for you, Senator. That's certainly an issue that exists as well. And I also want to point out to the committee that 4717 is the broad authority of what cities can do. It's a very, very lengthy statute. It has quite a lot of things in it. It's been added to over time as cities have had to confront all sorts of new issues that have arisen since the mid-1800s. Realistically, the provision that is being proposed to be changed here isn't frequently used. It's been challenged a couple times when cities have put ordinances in place. One was for the regulation of the display of pornographic magazines. The legislature looked at that the next year and decided that was appropriate for cities to regulate. They added that into a different section of 4717. The other one was for topless female sunbathers. Also, the legislature decided that was appropriate to regulate, and that is now part of 4717 as well. So that's been the history of the statute. It's realistically what this provision allows is for cities to deal with local issues at the local level. When issues arise, citizens think, who do I call? If it's a local issue, they think I should call my local government. So they're going to call their city councilor, they're going to call the city authorities and expect them to be able to deal with it rather than have to wait for the legislature to reconvene and pass a law specific to, a very specific local issue. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has.
Senator Perkins, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Nate, for being here. So would you say that, this statute has been used to deal with new issues that have arisen for city councils in the past few years?
I think that's right. It's historically it's been used for new issues that we couldn't anticipate, and then the legislature does what the legislature does, which is generally review whether that's an appropriate use or not and make a decision on that, and we go from there.
Okay, follow up if I may,
Yes,
Chair.
ma'am.
And would you agree that in New Hampshire, our towns and cities may find themselves differently situated from each other or may want to enact different solutions from each other to new issues?
I think that's exactly right, because different situations are going to arise different places depending on how close to the border you are, what border you are, what your local attractions are, whether that's the lake, the mountains, etc. So that's why we have a kind of a broad local authority statute.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
There were 5 people who signed up not speaking, 4 in support, 1 opposed. Close the public hearing. We'll open this next public hearing in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Did the clerk get one?
No.
That's okay.
I will,
I'll just give you my copy.
okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll have the
Okay,
prime sponsor.
Thank you very much. For the record again, my name is Juliet Harvey Bolia. I represent Tilton and Samberton, and I'm here to address House Bill 1272 pertaining to health officers. It's a similar bill, only a much smaller scale. The way it works now, if a town wanted to pass a bylaw that had to do with public health, the health officer introduces the bill, and the health officer works in conjunction with the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen acts as the Board of Health according to statute, and they can pass they can pass mask mandates or other mandates that have to do with communicable disease and or anything else. So it is another bill with the same intent to clear up vague language. So what it does is make a definitive list of nuisances. And so it crosses out that they may make any other such regulations relating to the public health as in their judgment the people require. And puts in there instead a definitive list of common things that health officers deal with all the time: garbage, insects, unsanitary living conditions, septic, rodents, and safe drinking water inspections. So, you know, but what we have here is in towns, you can have as little as 2 elected officials making health mandates for the whole town and 1 employee. So the health officer is an employee, and their paychecks are signed by the Board of Selectmen. So in effect, you can have mask mandates being passed, but not just mask mandates, any health mandate of any kind, any public health mandate, no matter how broad, and it is being decided by possibly 2, as few as 2 selectmen in small towns where they have 3 select board members. And again, there's no provision in here about a public hearing. It just says in the bylaw shall be enacted and shall take effect when approved by the selectmen. So there's, again, no redress. This bill here was passed on consent by the committee. It was placed in the consent calendar and passed without debate in the House. Another thing is that this law, as it's written, very vague, is an unfair burden to a health officer, which is merely an employee. Speaking from experience, when I served as a health officer, although I did it for a private entity, vague languages giving them broad sweeping powers is more of a burden than it is a help. As a code enforcement type of employee, you want specific language that will help guide their decisions and give them some guidance. They're an employee. So I don't understand why we have employees that have any kind of onus to make laws. We don't say to the police chief that they should be creating laws, do we? It doesn't make any sense. And so I passed out guidance from the DHHS about communicable disease. As you can see all over it, it says that the health officer is to provide a supporting role and to answer to DHHS about communicable disease. This is the thing that makes the most sense. So because we don't have diseases that stop at the border, we want to have a unified approach to it. And allow state agencies to take the lead role on this and to eliminate vague language. And that is basically what the bill does.
Question? Senator Walker?
Thank you, Chairman. So under your proposal, if someone came to a restaurant in Portsmouth, would they have any assurance that the food they were consuming was safe?
Thank you for your question. I believe it sounds like you're asking about public food safety laws. And so this I believe is more geared towards towns. This is how towns would make this. And it really, we have food safety bylaws and RSAs already in the statute that address it. So there's all of these issues actually are addressed in the statute. We have one on septic, drainage, garbage, We already have separate RSAs and also food safety. This doesn't impact that at all. This doesn't take away the ability for health officers to do their jobs, or even for the towns to pass their own ordinance. So towns can still, at annual meeting, by legislative body, can create public health laws if they wish, and then it would be something that the whole town votes on and would have a say in, which is very important when you're talking about at ordinance. It's going to impact people's personal health, and why wouldn't you want to involve the town in that decision? So this would only affect a health officer to make an additional bylaw. And as I stated, they don't operate alone. They do operate with their Board of Selectmen, who operates as a quasi Board of Health. But to just remind you that the health officer only receives 3 hours of training. They don't have any medical training at all. It's not required anyway. And they often are part-timers. So that's why I emphasize that these sort of broad language is quite a burden to them. You can imagine what kind of suggestions they may get to do this or that. But as they're just employees, so they should not be making law, in my opinion.
Hello, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Representative, would you believe that the existing language of the statute says health officers of towns may make regulations, and then continues on to say which shall take effect when approved by the selectmen? So it appears that this employee can only act, pursuant to regular legislative authority. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Additional questions?
I just said can only act pursuant to regular legislative.
I would ask the representative to go back and look at the language in there.
Yep.
Talk about nuisances, and you start to give a list: garbage, insects, unsanitary living conditions. Then you put in the word septic. You may want to use septage. And then you go on to say safe drinking water inspections. And because that follows the example of nuisances, that's, so again, not really a question, but just some information for the representative. All right.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, we'll go to the next, James Murray.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is James Murray. I'm the health officer for the town of Exeter. I'm here today to provide testimony relative to HB 1272, bill proposing to limit the authority of town health officers. I've been in my position for about 5 years now. I conduct inspections of food establishments, address concerns over housing standards, investigate nuisance complaints, and ensure that Exeter is a safe, healthy place for people to live, work, and visit. As a local health officer, I have concerns with the proposed legislation to limit the authority of town health officers. HB 1272 proposes new criteria for how a health officer, and thus the town itself, can make local health regulations under RSA 147. HB 1272 in its current form proposes to limit the authority of health officers to make local health codes except for the prevention of and removal of nuisances such as garbage, insects, unsanitary living conditions, septic issues, and rodents. The unintended consequences of limiting local codes to these specific nuisances is that towns will no longer have the ability to decide how to best protect their public's health interest against unnamed nuisances. The current form of this bill would preclude towns like Exeter from making health codes pertaining to sanitation practices that can directly impact the health and safety of residents and visitors. In my position, I take the health and safety of the public very seriously. Whether it's dining out at a restaurant, enjoying a walk through the park, going to work, or finding an apartment, people need to know that their health and safety is being protected at a local level. RSA 147.1 in its current form has allowed towns throughout New Hampshire to best decide how to ensure the health and safety The proposed bill would limit the town's ability to decide for themselves what is best for their situation and for nuisances they may face in the future. I would urge this committee to keep RSA 147.1 in its current form so that towns like Exeter can decide for themselves how to best protect the public's health. Thank you for the opportunity to
Questions
speak.
from the senators? He already said thank you, so. Seeing none, thank you very much. And Nat, you're next.
Good afternoon, Senator Gray and members of the committee. The department appreciates the opportunity to discuss the role of health officers. As written, the department does have significant concerns and opposes the proposed legislation. I'll review 4 points. That'll cover those. I'm sorry. Yes, of course. I'm Matthew Kaling. I work within Division of Public Health Service under DHS. Thank you. So, as introduced, HB 1272 proposes to add and remove language from RSA 147 in order to restrict the criteria of how municipality and its health officers may make and enforce local health regulations. The bill is titled as an act to limit the authority of health officers, although it actually limits the ability of municipalities to decide if new regulations are needed to protect health and address nuisances. Some examples of common nuisances you've already heard are household and commercial garbage, biological waste from people, pets, livestock, and pest infestation such as bed bugs, and nuisances such as noise, odor, and light pollution. HB2, that was the first point. The second point is HB 1272, proposed to remove the broad authority of health officers by deleting a section of the law that reads, and such regulations related to public health that in their judgment the health and safety of the people require. The removal of this section would limit municipalities in their protection of local health and safety. The department realizes that one of the reasons for removing this section would be to eliminate the authority of pandemic-related restrictions and mask requirements. It's our understanding that RSA 147.1 wasn't used in many of those local health ordinances, and I think it's being addressed by other legislation at this time also. Third point we'd like to make is that HB 1272 proposes to replace the broad authority of municipalities with a list of 6 specific nuisances that do not cover a wide range of health and sanitary problems that affect the public. The bill adds a new sentence that says health officers of the town may make regulations for those six specific ones that you've heard already. And the department believes that these 6 items are very limited and will make it more difficult or impossible for municipalities to address important issues such as hoarding of junk and animals, stagnant water that breeds mosquitoes, and nuisance such as odor, noise, and light. We want to remind the committee that in the last session, HB 79 was passed out of this committee at 5-0 and was signed into law in June 2021. This bill made the changes that provided greater flexibility for local government to nominate health officers and improve the ability of health officers to fulfill their duties. The department has identified some areas to improve, including further collaboration with local health authorities. Some of the gaps we identified were including the need to improve communication, clarify public health readiness, which we're working on, and support for basic training of local health officers. The department does not want to see any rollback of statutory authority currently given to health officers in order to carry out their duties and protect public health. Thank you for your time listening to me. I'm happy to answer questions if needed.
Questions from the senators? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
NHMA.
Thank you. Nate Grace for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We oppose this bill. I'm not going to reiterate everything that you've already heard, but suffice it to say, we think that replacing this broad local authority with a limited list of authority is not going to meet the needs of the citizens of New Hampshire and the municipalities. Realistically, if we were to try to do so, we're going to miss a few areas that we need to deal with that may or may not be covered under the language that's captured here. And part of the intent of the broad language is to assure that regulations that are clearly targeted at specific issues are enforceable. So, for example, the definitive list of powers under the bill would include insects. It's not clear whether that would cover something like standing water. So there's an issue with, I think it's the Jamestown Canyon virus in the Bow area. So some towns around that area have issued local regulations regarding standing water to try to prevent the continued breeding of mosquitoes, or at least limit them in populated areas. And it's not clear that would fall under just the general term insects. So realistically, it's going to be very hard to capture all of these little things that are done by each and every town. Obviously, where there's not a issue in some areas, they're not going to need those type of regulations, and at the local level, they do that already. One of the prior individuals testifying indicated that towns can pass their own public health laws at town meeting or health ordinances. I'm not aware of where that might be in the statutes. Generally, RSA 31:39 lists most of the items that towns can regulate via the passage of ordinances at town meeting. There isn't one for specific public health laws. I'm not sure what statutory authority that would exist under. And of course, towns in our state can only pass laws that they're allowed to pass can only pass ordinances that they're allowed to pass based on what authority that the legislature gives them. I'm not aware of any authority given to them by the legislature to pass general public health laws at the town meeting. So I just want to make sure I had that on the record. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hampshire Realtors, Mr. Quinn.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Bob Quinn. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. And I think I can make this pretty brief because the chairman has already identified our concerns. The bill as written indicates that health officers would be granted permission to regulate for the prevention or removal of nuisances such as septic. We're not sure if that meant septage, or if the intent is to allow health officers to require the removal of a septic system. Remind folks that already the state of New Hampshire requires licensing for both septic evaluators as well as septic designers, and procedures in RSA 485 for dealing with existing septic systems. So certainly we would have concern with that language. If it was septage, we undertake the chair's point that that would be a less of a concern. And the second would be language indicating safe drinking water inspections. Certainly we would not consider those to be nuisances, but if it is an intent to allow health officers to test for private drinking well water, that is something that neither the state nor towns currently have authority to do. Again, we wouldn't understand why that would be considered to be a nuisance. So we would ask for both of those points at the very least to be removed from the bill. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
6 people signed up, not speaking, 4 in support, 2 opposed. And with that, close the public hearing, and we'll start the next one in just a minute or two. Hey.
Here.
We're trying. I needed to get 6 bills on one week and 7 bills on the other week so that we finished our work before or hearing the bills on the 18th, which gives us the 25th to go do our thing. Hey there. What? All right, looks like everybody's settled down. And we'll open up the hearing on House Bill 1496.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Representative David Love. I represent Rockingham 6, which is Derry. And I brought this, I sponsored this bill at the request of a constituent. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized how much we need it. Currently, we have to pay for a checklist, and you know, the fiscal note on the back, I'd like to dispute that. But you know, the numbers that they have here, it's certainly a deterrent to anybody that wants to help ensure that we have integrity in our elections. And this is just a small part of it. But you know, in a town like Derry, the fourth largest municipality in the state, it'll cost $36, okay, to get a checklist. 24,000 registered voters, and you know, $36. And I don't know where they come up with $100,000 on this fiscal note. We've got 259 municipalities and unregistered territories, and you know, that's a big stretch, if you ask me. You know, the thing that isn't on this fiscal note is how much money the towns and cities and towns will save. You know, if we have citizens that are going to do this tedious work, rather than pay a municipal employee, you know, $30 an hour, you know, I'm talking wages and benefits, to do it, you know, the savings aren't in the fiscal note. Also in the amended version here, of this, you know, on line 7, electronic copies shall only be given to residents of the respective city or town. That's right now, I can go to your town and request it, and there's no problem. And because we have elections, you know, let's say for governor, you know, if I want to take a look at Croydon's voter rolls, for instance, I should be able to do it because it's the same governor that we're voting for. You know, if I want to take a look at a Senate or a Congress race, a U.S. Congress race, I should be able to do it. You know, because it's the same people that we're voting for. You know, I do ask that you'd amend this and strike out line 7 and strike out the financial end of it, because you know, like I said, the financial gains, the monies that we're not going to be spending, aren't listed there. You know, that's it.
Okay, questions from the committee members? I will ask a question. We've had several bills over the last couple of years that talk about specific formats for documents, and the committee has pretty much consistently rejected those because it could force a community into buying some software that they don't currently have, or that a format that would require manipulation by town officials. How would you respond to such comments and questions?
Because I believe this is going to save municipalities money. Like I said, if we've got citizens going to do that tedious work for them, it's an investment. You know, there's no way in God's green earth that this is costing $100,000 a year.
Explain further what you mean by that tedious work. What tedious work?
For instance, Derry has 24,000 registered voters roughly. Okay. One of the state reps prior to the last election took this upon herself, and she didn't get through the whole thing by any stretch. You know, she's got kids and all the rest of it, but she found 1,500 bad names, people had moved, people that had died, and then when they did the voter the checklist purge, the 10-year checklist purge, they found another 6,000. That's 7,500 names. Okay, to find 7,500 names, you're not going to do that in 25 minutes. It's going to take it's tedious, time consuming, and if we have citizens that'll do this and save the cities and towns money, great. a little investment in some technology, so that all they have to do is come in and press a button, and there it is, or put a PDF in the side of a computer and press a button, great. Okay, the old way of doing things is costly. Let's move into what is this, 22nd century?
I'm going to ask
21st
you,
century.
would you believe question?
Sure.
Would you believe that even if they find something, unless they've got objective evidence to provide to the clerk, that nothing can be done about that name on the checklist in accordance with the statutes as they are now?
Well, I think I'd argue that point. When my mother died, I took her death certificate to town hall and asked them
That's
to.
objective evidence.
Well, it is evidence, Let me
Why
finish.
don't you contact me after this, because I'm getting dangerously close to trying to give you my opinion, and you may want to talk to me after.
Well,
So is there any questions from any of the other senators? All right, thank you very much.
okay.
And let's see, I don't see any other senators, so, Ms. Harvey, you are senator, a representative. You said no, okay. I didn't check off my stuff here on the list. So Sandra? She didn't indicate whether she was speaking or not. Apparently that's a no. And the only other one speaking is Ken Avery. Ken? Your turn.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ken Eyring. I live in Wyndham. Wyndham's the town that had considerable election issues in 2020 in the general election. And it took an act of law in order to investigate that. And I believe that this bill, as originally written, not as it's being presented to you today, would make it easier for people like myself and other residents across the state to actually do their own investigations if they felt compelled to do so. The original intent of the bill was to make it easier to validate our elections and at no cost. Right now, if I wanted to get a copy of the checklist for every voter in the state, according to former Secretary of State Bill Gardner, it would cost about $8,300. That's a lot of money for someone like me or for anybody else. The bill that Representative Love, and by the way, I want to thank him for putting this bill in because I think it is so important for election integrity. It eliminated that cost. Now, the original financial estimate was $100,000. If you take that and you divide it across roughly 250 towns in the state, that's about $400 per town. Now, in a town like Wyndham, where we've got 5,800 residences, that's probably 7 cents a house. It's nothing. So if anybody objects to this because of the cost, I would argue that it's super minimal, it's pennies, and the integrity of our elections are paramount to being of the utmost integrity. The current law, as Representative Love pointed out, would allow me or anybody else to go to any town and currently get a spreadsheet formatted file. To answer your questions, Mr. Chairman, the current software allows our town clerks to produce those files, so they wouldn't have to buy any software or do anything different than they currently have the capability of doing. And if by chance I happen to find names that were on the list or anybody else, and I approach my town clerk, they have the ability to send 30-day letters to any of the people in question, and they have the obligation to respond. Our supervisor of the checklist, when she first became elected close to 12 years ago, She did that. They found thousands of names on the Wyndham voter rolls that should not have been there, that should have been removed many, many, many years earlier. Wyndham supervisors of the checklist are awesome. They do their job. They look for obituary notices. They track the databases and to make sure that their rolls are clean. But that should not preclude the fact that I should have an obligation and also responsibility and the opportunity to get copies of the checklist and just validate myself. This is data. This is public data. And, that means that it belongs to the state, and the state is the people. So we should not be charged for that. And the original bill also had the town clerks send a copy of a spreadsheet format checklist to the Secretary of State's office. So if anybody wanted to get copies of the checklist, they could go to one place, make it very easy, as opposed to go to, close to 250 towns across the state, which takes an enormous amount of time, an enormous amount of effort. And in the end, don't we all want integrity in our elections? There were issues that were brought up in the 2020 general election. Some of them were not valid, but people had concerns. Don't you want to give everybody the opportunity on their own time and their own time to research concerns that they have so that there are no questions? We are the first in the nation primary. We should make sure that there are no concerns by anyone on any level in the state or in any other state, because we should not put that privilege in jeopardy. That's all I have to say, except for if you don't amend this, I would prefer that you do not vote to approve this, because it makes it more difficult for me to do what I'd like to do. So you're reducing the level of election integrity based upon a citizen's input. But I really do strongly ask that you pass this with the amendment that Representative Love just asked for. Thank you.
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are 3 people who did not indicate. 2 that said they did not want to speak, and 1 didn't indicate. They are all in support. And with that, we'll close the public hearing and get ready for the next one. It depends on how long this one goes. There are, what is it, 900 and something people that signed up online? Okay. All right, we'll open the public hearing on House Bill 1393. And I believe that we have the prime sponsor already in position. If you would introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 1393, which establishes the requirements for and the procedure for the adoption of a school district budget cap. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline and Mason in Hillsborough County, District 26. This bill comes as a request by a number of my constituents, and it also passed the House with a voice vote. Taxpayers are faced with ever-increasing school budgets and spending despite continued declining student enrollment across the state. House Bill 1393 is enabling legislation that provides a mechanism for the taxpayers of a local school district to address this unsustainable trend and to bring spending to reasonable levels. As enabling legislation, this bill allows the legislative body at a school district meeting to adopt a school district budget cap by a 3/5 supermajority vote. The warrant to adopt the budget cap specifies a gross cost per student as well as an annual inflation factor. The inflation adjustment factor can be a fixed percentage or an index from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, such as the CPIU or the Employment Cost Index. Annually, the budget cap is determined by multiplying the gross dollar amount per student by the student enrollment, ADM, which is defined as a school district average daily membership as of the previous October 1st. This figure is then multiplied by the annual inflation adjustment factor to yield the budget cap for that fiscal year. Notably, the budget cap will tend to decrease with lower student enrollment and increase with higher student enrollments. At the annual meeting, the total proposed spending of all warrant articles presented by the governing body or the budget committee is limited by the budget cap. Notably, the legislative body can either increase or decrease appropriations in warrant articles using the normal procedures. However, when an appropriation will exceed the budget cap, approval to override the budget cap will require a 3/5 supermajority vote. Requiring the supermajority override to the budget cap ensures that any spending that exceeds the budget cap is in fact warranted and is supported by the voters. In conclusion, this bill specifies a budget cap based on a gross dollar amount per student, an inflation factor, and average daily membership. This bill establishes a 3/5 supermajority vote to override the budget cap, and lastly, this bill provides flexibility in spending and maintains fiscal responsibility to taxpayers. Also, as enabling legislation, this bill offers New Hampshire taxpayers a much-needed tool to manage unsustainable school district spending trends, resulting in escalating taxes year after year. That concludes my bill introduction. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Senator Perkins Cuoco?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative. So, in a place like Portsmouth, which takes students from out of town, on a tuition basis, how would that work? I mean, what if the per student cap fell below the amount of that tuition that we regularly accept from other municipalities?
Could you repeat the question? I'm a little bit confused. You said per student cap?
Yeah.
Just a second while you're thinking about that. Sir, with camera, you need not to block the people from seeing up front, okay? So, and you need to stay behind the edge of that table, so just try to give you the guidelines so that the other people who, got the paying seats here, can see. All right? If you'd continue, Representative.
Well, thank you for the question. To answer it, as I perhaps understand the question, is that the budget cap is determined by when the enabling legislation is adopted by the legislative body, there's a gross cost per student. And then another factor in that calculation is the inflation adjustment factor. And the third portion of that calculation is the average daily membership. So you had mentioned, if I heard correctly, you said a student cap. Do you mean population? Because if you're referring to the average daily membership, that would be that factor in the equation would be based on the ADM of the prior October 1st.
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, I'm trying to figure out how these things would interact in a place where students attend on a tuitioned basis, because clearly the amount budgeted needs to allow for that tuition to be paid as part of the budgeting process. So I guess I'm just trying to understand from a procedural perspective how you've thought about that.
Correct. So that's the mechanism by which the budget cap is established. If there is increased spending that's needed and necessary and supported by a supermajority of the legislative body, then that can be override, as there is an override mechanism within the framework of the bill.
Okay. So, sorry, follow up if I may, Chair.
Absolutely.
So just to clarify, if you were in a situation where your municipality was accepting tuition students now, then in the case there was not a reconciliation between those numbers, it would require a supermajority, just under the procedures as you've laid them out to move forward with the budget.
Yes, thank you for the follow-up. So that would be correct, but I would also add that the students that you're tuitioning into the school district, that there most likely is a number of students that will be graduating. So that number, there would be a pipeline of students coming and also graduating. So the number there perhaps isn't as, there's room for flexibility in that.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yes, I have a question. I'm unclear on how this would work with the default budget.
So the framework of the bill was very carefully crafted, and it was gone through many times to refine it, to check, to make sure that this would in fact work. So the question was with regard to the SB2 and not an annual meeting, is that correct?
We're dealing with all of the various town governments, traditional, SB2, modified, et cetera.
Correct. So on the ballot, there would be your various warrant articles, and the mechanics of it would be the same as with the tax cap. You would go through the different warrant articles, and if the calculation showed that the raising and appropriating of that particular warrant article was going to exceed the budget cap, then there would have to be a supermajority that was in support of that particular warrant article.
So what would the default budget show? Would the default budget be required to be a tax cap compliant budget, or would the default budget be allowed to be a non-compliant budget also?
Well, the default budget would be according to what the statute is, what statutes say the default budget is defined to be.
Okay, I'll stop. Oh,
okay.
Senator Ward, I see your hand go up too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How many of the school districts did you meet with or discuss this bill?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I personally did not meet with any school districts. However, this bill is supported by the New Hampshire School District Governance Association, and there is the vice president from that organization is signed up to testify, and he can speak better to that because it's my understanding that they have research and communications with different school districts across the state.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Sisson.
So I'm just trying to figure out if there is an anomaly in a school year. So you're talking about not what's spent per pupil, but what is an average cost per pupil. So what if I live in a very small town where the budget is calculated, but one or two students move in during the school year that require significant special education services? I'm not seeing how that would be accounted for.
Thank you for the question, Senator. That's an important point. So when this is enabling legislation, so if a school district desires to adopt the school district budget cap, there's a gross cost per student, and that is very flexible. That is whatever is placed on the warrant, and it would be something that the district and the voters feel that can be supported by a 3/5 supermajority to pass in order to adopt that. So hopefully that addresses part of your question, but furthermore, I think that you're getting to perhaps if there's a student that moves in that requires special services. So with regard to that, we know that we have state and federal catastrophic aid that districts can apply to, and we typically see that as a warrant article. So that funding is we can apply for that, and there's a pipeline from year after year when that, for that funding to be available within the budget. And also, I would say that, again, there's the ability to override and increase spending with the supermajority vote. And the third thing that I would say is that in terms of special circumstances in which spending is needed, let me say, for example, with regard to special education, that there's students that are, part of that school population, and then there's students that also graduate, so therefore those needs are no longer there. I hope that answers the question.
Well, if I could just follow up, I understand that students are going to graduate, but I'm asking you about a student that moves in. So the budget's been enacted, and you've set a cost, but then after the fact, a student moves in who, because of their circumstances, requires significant special needs to be met within the school district. Now, my understanding is the school district has an obligation to meet them. I'm asking you how the school district budget can sustain those added costs.
So thank you for the follow-up question. There's also the ability to have a special meeting to address special circumstances. And also a number of school districts, they do have trust funds for special ed trust funds, which money is put aside in cases where they need to address unpredicted, situations or students moving in. So there are mechanisms by which a school district can, plan for those situations.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marjorie Porter. I represent Hillsborough District 1, the towns of Antrim, Windsor, and Hillsborough, which is celebrating its 250th anniversary this year. And for many of my years here in the legislature, I've served on the Municipal and County Government Committee as chair as well as member. And I know that under both majorities, Republican and Democratic, there has been an unwritten rule that's very strong that says we do not pass legislation that's one size fits all, because each community has different needs. And we try to stay away from legislation that will require a community that doesn't have a problem to do something different to solve a problem somewhere else. I'm urging this committee to vote down this bill because I feel that it is setting up a system that all communities who want to set a tax cap must follow, and I don't think that that's a wise course of action. In addition, using the average daily membership of a school is a volatile way to set spending. If you look at last year, during the height of the pandemic, the average daily membership of many of our schools was quite low because a lot of parents chose to keep their children home or homeschool them. And so that we know that caused a problem when it came to adequacy aid and that funding. We had to have bills to address the issue there. So if a community were to pass this tax cap, they would have to be using last year's ADM to set their budget for next year. and that's just way too far a span to come up with an accurate figure. We know that there's a fuel change this year. The cost of fuel is huge, but we wouldn't be allowed to adjust for that. And also, there tends to be, I think, for those folks who haven't served on a school board or been involved in a school that way, that the per pupil expenditure is a tricky or not necessarily best way to set your budget. Because say you have an average daily membership this year of 1,200 kids, and next year it's 1,150. Just because there's 50 kids less this year doesn't mean the heating cost for the building goes down, the transportation cost for the building goes down, the maintenance. You're not usually going to need to get rid of a teacher or a program to adjust for that 50 student loss. But using that figure to set next year's budget will definitely set you at a loss for funds next year. So I'm urging you, please, to consider carefully before you move on this bill. So that we can make sure that communities which are struggling can have the funds they need to educate the children when it's needed. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let me tell you what the situation is. There's 14 people who have signed up to speak. They are all opposed. I don't want to be here forever, okay? If there is one or two of you that want to be the first speakers for the group and the other, when their name is called, say, yeah, I like what he said or she said, that would be preferable. But I'm willing to stay as long as you guys are willing to stay. So is there someone the group would like to see testify first?
I signed up, so.
Come on up. And you are?
My name is Scott Rose.
Hit the button for your.
Guys.
Scott.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Scott Gross. I'm the business administrator for SAU 19. SAU 19 represents the New Boston School District, which has the third lowest cost per pupil out of 155 elementary schools in New Hampshire. It also represents Goffstown with the fourth lowest middle school spending out of 62 middle schools, and its high school has the fifth lowest spending out of 73 high schools. Suffice to say that SAU 19 works hard to produce conservative budgets year after year. By way of background, I am a former school board member, a former town selectman, budget committee member. I've also worked in management for a major insurance company for 25 years.
If you would talk to the bill.
I will, and I'm here to review the unintended consequences of this bill. I ask myself, what's the goal of this legislation? In an environment of overregulation, why are we creating another law in which existing laws and active involvement of local citizens can already reduce or limit increasing budgets? In most communities, citizens are concerned not just with rising budgets, but with the impacts of those budgets on local tax rates. But this bill does not address the local tax rate. It simply tries to curb the local community's ability to manage their finances. In fact, tax rates are determined not just by the budget or by the local proportionate share in terms of local taxes, but most importantly by state and federal revenues and the town's evaluation of their property. In fact, there are years when the tax rate goes up with a negligible increase in the budget simply because our revenue decreases. The same holds true in the last couple of years where federal grants, and many of your towns have received these grants, have increased budget appropriations by very high percentages in dollar amounts, and yet there was either no impact on the tax rate or in some communities it went down. So I ask you, if your school, like my district did, got $2.5 million of ESSER funds, which, by the way, are not raised by local taxes, and if that were to be, say, 5% of your total appropriation, and there was a 5% tax cap in place, does that mean that I have to reduce our budget to accept and expend these funds? Managing a school district's financial strategy requires a short, medium, and long-term view. That's my job as a business administrator. And budget caps focus mostly on the short-term view of limiting next year's appropriation based upon an arbitrary percentage. They don't allow someone like me to manage and be flexible with how we deal with school finances. From a technical perspective, I want you to consider on page 1 of the bill, this would be line number 4 and 5. In a school district that has adopted this section, the total amount raised and appropriated for the fiscal year. That amount, by the way, includes the operating budget appropriations, which for those of you who might know, that's your general fund, that's your food service fund, and your special revenue or your grant funds. Keeping in mind that the general fund is the only one that's really raised by local taxes. The other two are raised by food service, which are the receipts from the kids who pay, or special revenues funds. This is mostly federal and state grants. They don't impact taxes. So not only does it include the operating budget appropriations, but also special warrant articles if you wanted to put money into a capital reserve fund. And by the way, that could also be from monies already collected. And also it includes individual warrant articles, like say a teacher's type contract. So all of those then get to line number 5, the total appropriation. And I'm telling you that in my district, 6% of the total appropriation is not raised by taxes. It's food service and special revenues. I next go to another area where I think this bill is kind of insufficient in terms of its specificity. Line number 7, shall not exceed a specified dollar amount times the average daily membership. I work in this business. I'm the one who has to go and fill out all these forms. If you can tell me, is it ADMR membership or ADMA attendance? As the senator over here mentioned, that's very important. My town receives students from New Boston and Goffstown. That is very mission critical. And by the way, I would like to reject the notion of the pipeline is consistent. It's not. New Boston could have 50 students one year and 50 less or more the next. It just happens. Lastly, I want to also talk about some unintended consequence, and that has to do with your contracts, whether that be teachers, support staff, and the way that boards negotiate these contracts. If this bill, which states that you're going to use the first year of the contract to determine the budget cap, you're really going to hamstring school boards in terms of how they negotiate. Because if I know that I have a tax cap and I know that I have to pay my teachers or my support staff, I'm going to have to kind of lowball potentially that first year and then have very high numbers in years 2 or 3 or 4. The main thing that I want to leave you with, and I think all of the senators around this table, your communities have received ESSER grant funds. These are monies that are, again, there's a cost to all of us. We're all federal taxpayers. But there is no local tax money that's being raised for this purpose. However, we're talking in some of your communities, Rochester, $11 million, Derry, $8 million, Manchester, $58 million, Ware, $800,000, Portsmouth, $2.7. You can't spend, that's part of your total appropriation. That's part of your budget cap. And I hope that you understand that, because like I said, myself and my peers, we're the ones who have to fill these forms out. And I'm telling you, there's some significant flaws here. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Did we come up with, all right.
I'm Chris Brooks. I'm signing.
Come on, sit down first.
All right, hello, thanks for letting me talk. I'm Chris Prost. I'm a father, a veteran, and a Croydon resident, and the current events in our town with the school budget have been invoked by many, both in support and opposition of this bill. So I wanted to come share my thoughts. I oppose House Bill 1393. I think it's telling that this hearing is taking place before the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee and not the Education Committee. It's clear to me that the goal is to separate those who decide what is spent on education from those who are working in the districts to provide students with an education. Our town's school budget was slashed by 53%. People were swayed at the meeting by an argument that separated the current realities of funding education in town from ideological thinking behind spending less per student. An appropriation was based on a dollar amount per student, just like the formula of this bill would enable. In the 6 school board working meetings since the budget was adopted, the board has yet to find a legal way to educate the town's children for the reduced budget, meaning they will likely need to operate on a deficit this coming year, even with massive changes to the school offerings in town. For-profit, out-of-state micro schools based on online programming are being proposed as the only free option offered to students of our town. Parents and students of our town are now faced with enormous uncertainty because there was no well-thought-out application of the budget that was passed. Students don't know if they will be able to attend their current schools next year. Parents don't know if they'll be required to pay thousands of dollars out of pocket for public schools next year that their children are already attending. And this comes 2 years after 2 years of pandemic learning. Individuals of the public already have a chance to show up at the budget hearings and voice their concerns after getting presentation of the budget developed by the district. There, an actual discussion can take place about the proposed budget and what makes it up. Ours was poorly attended, and notably no members of the public came out to voice concern over the originally proposed budget. The budget cap proposed in this bill will likely set up echo chamber hearings where those in support and opposition can rally behind their own preference instead of working together for compromise. It'll foster disagreement between school board members. Additionally, the process this bill outlines to adopt and repeal the budget caps leaves the door open for unending rounds of petitioned special school district meetings in favor and opposed to the caps. Also seems that the language creates a backdoor to circumvent the RSA 197:3 requirements for changing budgets in a special school district meeting. Again, this will create general uncertainty about education in the district and harm the students faced with the uncertainty. If passed, what is playing out in our town will likely play out in other towns around the state, wreaking havoc on public education, children's lives, and parents' pocketbooks. It will create uncertainty and chaos for students, parents, staff, and administration. Maybe that's the whole point. When things are uncertain, schools suffer, which feeds the narrative of those who want them to fail or go away altogether. This legislation will send a clear message to residents of New Hampshire that the state is fully on board with letting public education wither away, and I hope that those voting on this bill will keep that in mind. New Hampshire encourages people like me to, quote, stay, work, and play in New Hampshire, and I'm questioning why people like me would want to if bills like this get passed. Thank you for your time.
Questions from the senators? Senator Perkins Coker.
I don't want to put you on the spot, so if you don't have this example, feel free to just let me know. But could you just share any sort of individual example of an issue that's sort of, or something that's been lost from the school, as a result of this budgeting procedure?
Like I say, an often cited example of success in our town has been so-called school choice. And that was touted, and there was a law passed, and that got a lot of support, and it has a lot of support in the town. But now what the new budget with the reductions does is put that in jeopardy. And so, like I said, the 5th through 12th graders in our town are all tuitioned to other schools that there's a handful of them right now that they can choose, including some public, some private. This proposed budget doesn't leave money for tuition for almost any of those options. So a lot of people in town are wondering why they were sold the idea of school choice when now the choice is likely going to be a micro school where you just choose the curriculum, but not an actual school, so to speak.
Senator Ward.
I just have a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Croydon case really magnifies that people have to go out and vote. When you have that budget passed with, less than 50% of the people who live in town? So I think it's very important for the people who live in the town to get out and vote on their budget. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble.
That's what you believe, and you say yes.
Sure.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go back to the top of the list. Mary Wilkie.
Oh, thank you. I'm a retired teacher
Why
and
don't you repeat your name?
sure.
So the public can hear.
My name is Mary Wilkie. I live in Concord. I'm a retired public school teacher, and I'm also on the board of the School Funding Fairness Project, but I'm not here on their behalf. I'm just speaking on my own behalf. I oppose HB 1393. I feel that it's a misguided solution to a real problem. The problem is that we fund our schools largely via property taxes, and there's tension between those who want to ensure that the children in their community get a good quality education and those who struggle to pay their property taxes. But HB 1393 doesn't resolve this tension. It just puts kind of a heavy thumb on the scale in terms of keeping taxes low, regardless of the impact on students. So even if at first a budget cap perfectly matches what schools really need to provide their students with a good education, there's going to be some time in the future when there will be unanticipated costs or loss of revenues. And at that point, the district will have to the district will be forced to cut its budget and provide fewer services to students unless they can get a 3/5 vote to override the budget cap. And we all know that's a pretty high bar to pass. So if school programs are cut, students will suffer. In the end, property values will decline. So if we're trying to protect property owners, this hurts them in the end as well. And this scenario is much more likely to happen in property poor communities, making even worse the inequities that we already see based on zip code. I believe that the real problem is that the state of New Hampshire has failed to fulfill its obligations under the Claremont cases to pay for a constitutionally adequate education using taxes that use a uniform rate across the state. Instead of that, year after year, the state has underfunded our schools. We're last in the nation in the percent of the school budgets that come from the state. And at the state downshifts costs to local districts, imposes new mandates on them.
We're talking about this bill. We're not
Okay.
talking about that. So I want to talk
Thank you.
about this bill and adopting the caps.
This bill and
Not
what?
It's not a discussion of general purposes.
Thank
We
you.
need to stick to the bill, please.
I will, sorry. The reason that, I've been assuming that one of the motivations of this bill is to protect property taxpayers from increasing their taxes. And I agree that we don't want to see property owners taxed out of their homes to support education. And I don't want to go on about, the reason I was bringing that up was because relying on property taxes is what makes those taxes go up if unanticipated costs come down. The school budget that school budgets that the sponsors have cited and complained about were, after all, approved by a majority of the voters in those districts, who clearly didn't think that those budgets were exorbitant. So I heard the sponsor today saying that this bill will make sure that that any budget is warranted and supported by the voters, but that already happens. We already have a vote. It's a majority vote. So I'll just cut to the end. If a majority of voters in a district approve a budget and are able to take into account the current situation, the costs and revenues that they have at that time, and not be hindered by some projections that were made possibly years ago, that will serve the students of our school districts better. And I think that's the more fair way to do it. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Eric Power. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Eric Power. I'm the Vice President of the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire. I have a handout here for you. We'll walk through a little bit of it quickly. Just to let you know, the School District Governors Association, or SDGA, is made up of current and former school board and budget committees across New Hampshire. We're all volunteers seeking educational excellence, prudent budgeting, and responsible governance. The membership of SDGA, which has 50 members, at least 50 members across the state from different school districts, have supported this. They're reporting that there's budgets increasing faster than inflation with declining student enrollments. So that's just a statement. So if you turn to the third page of the handout, I served, as I previously mentioned, as the chair of the Brookline BudCom Study Committee. We looked at a lot of analytics. And one of the things we looked at was between budget committees, both official and unofficial, what were the trends? And one of the trends we looked at were school budgets, school district budgets. So what we did was we looked at from 2015 to 2020, over a 5-year span, we watched how the school budgets changed using DRA reported numbers to see if they changed. We looked at the per student costs. We took the average daily membership, we took the total appropriations, and then we applied the CPIU inflation factor. And in this sample, including Brookline, where I'm from, there were 27 school districts. Of those 27 school districts, 19 of them, or 70% of them, had per student costs rising faster than the inflation rate. So this is real data that's recent. It was done by the BudCom Study Committee in Brookline. As another example, to give you a longer term perspective, if you turn to the third page, there's a bar graph there. This is for the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. The bars there are showing the student enrollment. The red line is showing the actual appropriations, including this year. And then the hypothetical green line is showing if we started in 2006 and there was a school district budget cap adopted with the per student cost at that time, and they selected the CPIU, what the budget would look like. And you can see over time that even though the population rose briefly and then declined, generally speaking, the school district budget appropriations the cap would have gone up. It doesn't decrease. And you can see at the last year there with our higher inflation we've been experiencing now, it accommodated that. So it accommodates what's happening. If you look at the next graph, which has the red and green lines, it shows another view of this, showing that if you had let the per student costs grow at the rate of inflation, you would be about half the student cost than you are today. So that the rate of per student expenditures is going up more than double the rate.
Again, you're talking to whether or not it's good to put in a cap, not the procedure for the cap, which is what the bill is.
I'm talking.
So we're not testifying on whether or not it is good. That would be something that the people who would adopt the procedure would be making the decision. We are not. We're deciding about the procedure. So
Very good.
Please get back in the box.
I'll get back in the box. So that the school district budget cap provides a reasonable approach to budgeting. The budget cap includes a dollar figure for the gross cost per student, which has to be chosen carefully so that it gets the supermajority of support, but will also take care of educational needs for the community. And then an inflation factor, a fixed percentage, or you can choose a U.S. government index published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, like CPIU or Employment Cost Index, ECI. So the budget cap each year is the gross cost per student times the number of students, the average daily membership, which includes tuition students, as of the October 1st. The budget cap adjusts spending each year based on the number of students and the inflation rate.
Again, we're talking to whether it's good to do a budget cap or not. We're not talking about the procedure for adopting one. And the bill is the procedure, not whether it's good or not.
Okay.
That's a decision for the voters if you adopt the procedure.
I'm trying to stay in the box the best I can, Senator. So this budget cap enables small adjustments to be made over time based on the students and the number of students and the inflation factor. If an urgent need to exceed the budget cap arises, it can be approved with a supermajority support. I argue a situation like Croydon was probably a breaking point where the taxpayers just felt like they were spending too much money. I'm a former school board member myself, and I understand the challenges of enacting a budget cap and what it could mean. I also wanted to speak to a previous question about a new special education student that comes into the district. Catastrophic and federal special education aid defrays much of that cost. The catastrophic aid is typically provided a year later. There's always a pipeline of special education students, so some come and go, and that might be the case. If not, best practice is to set up a special education expendable trust fund or a contingency fund. That would be a good idea anyway. So, and the last one is to be able to seek a 3/5 supermajority approval for the voters to exceed the tax cap. Just like $1 million bonds, exceeding this that are really a significant financial commitment, a supermajority approval should be required to exceed the budget cap. And this is enabling legislation. No one's going to force this on any school district. Each school district will decide for themselves if it's appropriate for them and what the parameters they are, what they want to choose. It's not a mandate and it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's tailorable to each situation. Current school appropriations are unsustainable. And many in the SDGA recognize that taxpayers don't have the unlimited ability to pay. Property values decline when property values are too high. I would also say that, we have RSA 32.5B, which is a tax cap. This differs, it's similar but different. The spending cap is based on appropriations, not tax effort. It offers flexibility in inflation. The RSA 32.5B only allows you to pick a fixed percentage or fixed dollar figure. This school district budget cap does not compound over time, and it has a supermajority override proposed and scales with the number of students where the tax cap does not. This provides a mechanism, this bill provides a mechanism that can be adopted by a supermajority of school district voters to help shape the planning and budgeting process, and I would argue it encourages long-term and short-term planning. Thank you for your support of New Hampshire citizens and support local control. And please recommend ought to pass out of committee. Thank you.
Comments or questions from the senators? Senator Virgil.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. How would you address the concern that the business manager spoke about when you're talking about the tax cap, when it includes general funds, grants, and I guess the ESSA funds, which are not part of the New Hampshire taxpayers?
Right. So when you're looking at the spending cap that's proposed in this bill, it's looking at total appropriations. And unfortunately, what happens when you get extra money from the state or extra money from the federal government or from other cases, the spending starts. And what happens is all that spending starts going, and then the next year it's gone, but the spending in many cases is still there. It's usually not one-time expenses. So that's what actually helps cause the problem we're looking at here, is that the spending, the revenues that come in aren't sustainable, but then the spending is there, and now the taxpayers have to pick up the tab, and I think that's the problem.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sandra Pulley-Bunch. Okay, maybe she had to leave. Jonathan Weinberg? Or
Good afternoon.
all right, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
Mine is short and to the point.
Okay.
Dear Chairman Gray and members of the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee, my name is Jonathan Weinberg. I'm a member of the Concord School Board and chair of the City and Community Relations Committee. However, I'm here in my capacity as an individual.
Slow down, John. People want to understand you.
All right, I'm glad you do.
Slow down a little bit.
I'm glad you do. but I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. I'm here in my capacity as an individual. I'm incredibly concerned by the implications of HB 1393. While proponents of this legislation may emphasize the may within the bill's language, this is merely rhetorical theater that will not give districts more tools for providing adequate education that is mandated by our state constitution. By now, we have all heard about Croydon. We even have representatives here today, and the recent chaos that has erupted from the unprecedented and massive budget cut. Interpretation has differed about whether what happened in Croydon can be applied to HB 1393. Here's why I believe it is not a false equivocation. It shows that there are bad actors, as Senator Ward pointed out, that will capitalize on any mechanism that allows for defunding schools. This is not a partisan issue. Education is a cornerstone of how we function as a democracy, and while we as individuals may have pedagogical differences, I believe we agree that investing in the next generation is unconditional. And this investment should not be orchestrated by for-profit companies either. We have seen that regardless of intent, what happens when for-profit conglomerates start neglecting privacy protections.
Again, you're falling into the same trap. You're talking about whether or not it's good to implement a tax cap, not the procedure for implementing it, which is what's in front of us.
Absolutely, and the procedure will follow right in line with this because of what will occur by following this procedure. So
the voters are the ones that are going to determine that. We're talking about the procedure, so please talk to the procedure.
Absolutely, and I will. Thank you. We all learned and were disgusted by how social media has led to the tracking of behaviors and exploiting the psychology of children. This is all in an effort to cultivate individuals who will buy a product. Then the kids, the children, become the product, as if a small amount of voters attend, those amount of individuals will determine the next state. And I'm not saying for-profit education organizations like Prenda, who will be a byproduct of this case, and we cannot look at the bill in itself. We have to see the big picture. But this is a danger we must consider as we open doors to large-scale budget cuts that leave school districts and parents no choice but to use.
Thank you, Jonathan. If you don't get back in the box, you're going to be asked to sit.
Okay, Senator. HB 1393 may be conditional, but its underlying message is one of destruction to public education as we know it. I urge you to ITL this legislation and send a message to our public school system that it's not up for auction. Thank you for your time.
Questions from the senators? Okay, thank you very much. Deborah Howe?
Is red means it's still on? Yay. Okay.
Just give her a second.
I will.
Pass out your stuff if
Get
you would.
myself settled here. Okay. Thank you, Chairman Gray. This is my first time in front of the Election Law Committee. My name is Deborah Howes, and I am president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. We've got 3,500 members, mostly teachers, paraprofessionals, and other school staff across the state of New Hampshire. And we are, many of our members are also parents as well, and certainly taxpayers and voters. I'm here to oppose House Bill 1393, and I will not read my testimony, but I will try and summarize just a few points. So one of our concerns with the procedure here is that there is a very short timeline, or there could be a very short timeline involved from when someone petitions for one of these school district budget caps to be put on the ballot to when the meeting could happen. I do agree with what one of the senators said earlier about how it is important for everyone to always be involved and vote, but the timelines in this bill could happen very quickly from when the cap is first, the meeting for the cap is first petitioned for to when the vote takes place. So that would not necessarily be fair to all the parents in town who are relying on having dependable public schools for their children to attend. The second point I'd like to make, from our reading this bill, there is no requirement in here that the per pupil spending formula proposed and voted on under this procedure would cover the existing services and programs that are being provided in the school district. So you could have what the gentleman who spoke earlier from Croydon described, where students and parents are relying on school programs that are being provided this year that are in danger of not happening next year. And who gets hurt in that is the students. And the third point I'd like to make is that per pupil spending formulas, while they on paper make logical sense, in reality are very difficult. There are many resources that are shared across many students or across whole systems. It's very hard to isolate out one student's worth of spending of a school bus, one student's worth of spending of heating fuel. So you have economies of scale that go across the district, and when you lose one or two students, it's hard to just take out that amount of spending and take that out of the budget and therefore have that much less cost. So those are the three main points I would like to make. I also would like to close with this. We have done some polling in the state with Heart Research, and overwhelmingly we see that parents want strong public schools for their students to attend. That's the overwhelming number of families in New Hampshire choose public schools, and they want to see them well funded. So, we would really urge you to support our public schools and not hamper them with spending caps. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Senator Susie.
I just wanted you to comment, and I think you started to, but the issue that I raised earlier, if you are particularly in a smaller district and you have one student or two that come into the district that require a significant investment in cost because of their special needs, do you believe this bill, if passed, would address that?
This bill, if passed, would make it difficult to address any extraordinary need, whether it is the fact that gasoline costs twice as much this year to run your bus as it did last year, or whether you've got a student with particular needs. Yes, there are funds available down the line, but you would have to apply for them and get approval. Someone else is going to speak more knowledgeably about that, but my understanding is those funds are student specific, so you can't just transfer them from one student to another. So if you're talking about an individual student who has very specific needs, that's not something that you're just going to have on hand. It takes time to get that sorted out. And meanwhile, you would need to find the resources to meet the students' needs, because we have to take care of all our students in public school, because they all deserve an education that meets their needs. And that is our mission as a public school. We have to support all our students. That's what we do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none?
Okay.
Megan Tuttle?
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Members of the committee, I'll keep this short. I know there's a lot of other people and things to do. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle. I'm the president for NEA New Hampshire. We represent about 17,000 educators across the state. And, when we look at this, when we look at budgets, and when a community, what they really need to do is first look at what the students need. There can be serious consequences if the number that the community comes up with is too low, if we're talking about per pupil. And so what makes House Bill 1393 so dangerous is it essentially would lock in a community into a formula and potentially, long term, because of the 3/5 supermajority requirement for overriding or for rescinding the cap. Since House Bill 1393 bases the cap on the previous year's average daily membership, a reduction in students from the previous year could have an enormous impact on what's going to be formulated for a budget the following year, leading to unnecessary, possibly steep cuts. I have much more in written testimony that I will hand in to you, but in an effort to keep it short, I will leave it at that.
We appreciate that. Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. George, it looks like CHAIT or TT?
Yes. I am going to
at your suggestion, default to and agree with what others have already said.
Yeah, if you're gonna talk, you need to be up there.
Okay. So, as I was
All these
saying.
people out in cyberspace can't hear you.
Okay.
One of those things in front of you.
So, based on your suggestion, I am going to default to and agree with those that have spoken before me that were opposed to this bill and urge you to please vote it down. If I also may just address Senator Ward very briefly, I can tell you this has been a wake-up call for the residents of Croydon. I hope it will also be a wake-up call for other towns and cities in New Hampshire. If we don't participate in our democracy, bad things happen.
Bill Foot.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for listening. My name is Bill Foot, 14 Pheasant Run, Bedford, New Hampshire. I'm currently the vice chair of the Bedford School Board, and I'm speaking here as an individual. My board knows I'm here. If we catch any flack, it's coming back to me. But I also oppose 1393, basically because of the way it's written. And maybe I should take some blame for this. I was a member of the SDG. I haven't paid up my dues. But I think if I'd seen this coming down the pipeline when it was first promulgated, I would have fought it. Where do I start? The stakeholders in the school district aren't just the kids. We educate the kids per Claremont too because we cherish education. But the stakeholders include the parents, the grandparents, teachers, administrators, voters, and taxpayers. And the goal is to produce the next crop of qualified taxpayers. So if we don't fund the school districts properly, we're only cutting our own throats long term. And I think this bill actually goes out there and does that. It makes the taxpayers the preeminent stakeholder and not the students for the education that we would expect to be providing for them. I know our school board puts in about 2 months of work developing a budget, and this would allow 25 people signing a petition to come in and change that number to whatever they feel like. And I don't really care if I'm respected about the work I do, but we put a lot of time and a lot of effort in to come in with a budget that is as tight and as controlled as we can. Now I understand there's some parents, some voters that would say that we're spending too much money on the kids, but there's recourse. Vote the school board members out that they can't successfully run a tight budget. If you don't like that, those people doing the job, vote them out too until you find people that are successfully fiscally aggressive enough to bring you a budget that you can support. And I think this bill just torpedoes that whole effort and puts those 25 petitioners in control of the whole budget process. And that's unfortunate. The whole talk about the cap is something that I don't really understand. They talk about a cost per student, but the cost per student is derived from the DRA and DOE collaboration, and it's not a number that's pulled out of a hat, unlike what we could get with a petitioned request for whatever number they want to come up with. That cost per student actually takes the past budget, reduces by certain line items and divides by the ADM. So the ADM is valuable, but not unless you already have a past budget. So what they're trying to do is short circuit the whole budget process in favor of a number that they've literally pulled out of that hat. So anyway, cost per student is basically just a useful measure for cost between districts. And to use that as the preeminent means to budget with, I think is a big failure. So if there's any, if I have any pull on this, I would ask you to not support 1393 in any way, shape, or form. Any questions?
Questions from the senators? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Spiker?
I'm not an overly political person. I'm not well versed in how this should go. I'm a parent from Croydon, so if I could potentially just have 4 minutes of your time, I'll say what I've got to say, and then I will get right on my way and let you folks make your decision. Meant to have it typed out, but I got to read it off the phone. Ran out of printer ink. Sorry. Good afternoon, and thank you for having us here today and allowing a few moments to convey our thoughts and opinions on HB 1393. My name is Edward Spiker, and I oppose this bill and everything it stands for. I currently reside in the small town of Croydon, New Hampshire with my wife Stephanie and our 2 sons. My sons Thomas and Colin both have the pleasure of starting out their academic lives at Croydon one-room schoolhouse that so many have come to affectionately dub Low Red. I'm sure that many, if not all of you, have heard mention of it due to Croydon's recent popularity amongst local and nationwide news outlets. It's hard to stay out of the spotlight when your school budget was slashed by 54%, and not even the person that proposed the number has a viable solution. Both of my sons are intelligent, well-spoken, athletic, passionate, and community-minded young men. They've come to be those things and have such qualities because of the opportunities that they have been given and earned through hard work and dedication, many of which they've received in public schools. My oldest son, Tommy, is a junior in Newport High School and has consistently performed at or above his grade level, both academically and extracurricularly. He currently exercises a thirst for hands-on learning, which he quenches via means of the Sugar River Valley Technical Center's welding program, a much appreciated and widely used offering of the Newport School District. He has earned various certifications and takes pride in mentoring underclassmen in the program, as well as other aspects of academia and life in general. Colin is my youngest son, at 11 years old, and attends 5th grade at Richards Elementary School in Newport, New Hampshire. In his time at Croydon Village School, Colin benefited greatly from the intimate setting and attentive yet professional staff that CVS employed. Although my son doesn't have an IEP, he has been diagnosed with ODD and ADHD, which occasionally garner from some unwanted attention. The staff at the CVS were understanding, attentive, and receptive as he progressed through the grades, well, in spite of the occasional disciplinary infraction. The transition into the larger school in Newport with a slightly more diversified group of students suited Colin well, and he is currently flourishing in as a great young citizen of a wonderful community. He's looking forward to attending Nature's Classroom in Freedom, New Hampshire with the rest of his class before the end of the academic year to experience more hands-on science learning and earth-based learning, and hopes to move on to Newport Middle and High School this coming fall. The opportunities afforded to my sons and the education that they've strived to attain would be nearly, if not absolutely impossible to achieve if bills like HB 1393 pass. I strongly urge you fine folks to stand tall and oppose this bill, not only for my sons, but for all future leaders of this great state and nation as well. The financial hardships and fiscal ramifications of such a bill's passing can and should not be placed solely upon the parents and families of the children attending public schools. I'm part of a group of parents, school staff, and concerned citizens in the town of Croydon that not only see this bill as irresponsible and irrational, but as an assault on public education itself. Please think about the negative repercussions that this bill could have on families of children who would have to go crazy trying to figure out ways to make up tuition differences for schools that they've already been attending, plan to return to, and eventually hope to call their alma mater. Please think of how many children could be left by the wayside due to the thoughtless and inconsiderate actions of such a small body of people. Please take note of the current situation in Croydon and don't let it become the norm. Passing HB 1393 and allowing for school district budget caps will not only detrimentally affect small towns like Croydon by pitting folks against each other over quality of education that individual families can afford, but will set forth down a path to nail shut the coffin on public education as a whole. So again, I ask you to oppose HB 1393. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Just a comment from the chair. I gave you some latitude.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You know, you didn't tell us anything about the procedure, which is what the bill is. So again, just caution you in the future, and questions from any of the senators. Seeing none, thank you very much. Lisa Bowden.
Thank you for your time, folks.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gray and members of the Senate Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I'm the Executive Director of ABLE New Hampshire, the Granite State's nonpartisan disability justice nonprofit. I want to concur with all of the prior testimony in opposition to HB 1393. Many have stated things very eloquently. I would like to point out that the representative from SAU 19 and the Bedford School Board member pointed out some of the economic realities around the budgets for schools, which is a nice and direct contradiction to some of the gobbledygook economics that have been presented by the School District Governance Association, which if one does a quick internet search, one finds out that it is a highly partisan far-right organization which is designed to undermine public education rather than create and implement collaborative, transparent reforms where all ideological positions work toward consensus in resolving school budget issues. Local control already exists. I just think it's worth repeating. HB 1393 is attempting to send New Hampshire into very dangerous ideological grounds. Its proponents have in print advanced the idea of pitting parents against each other, and this is not how a civil society ought to organize itself. Our democratic republic needs to have an educated citizenry, including citizens with disabilities who I am sitting here in representation of. If they are to be prepared to take their rightful place as workers, voters, and community members, students with disabilities must receive their federally protected right to a free, appropriate public education. I have never been more concerned about a piece of legislation to date. The hateful, ill-informed, ableist ignorance of the proponents of this bill are shocking.
Lisa,
Yes.
none of that has to do with procedure.
The procedure of the bill
please.
would put neighbors into the position of arguing on special education per pupil cost, diminishing the per pupil funds available to other students. Procedurally, this is not how the Granite State works. What sort of responsible elected official wants to be responsible for perpetuating this approach to governance? If towns adopt this approach, it will place school districts and New Hampshire at extreme risk of violating the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, because districts may start denying services due to these budget caps. This bill procedurally amplifies educational inequity for students with disabilities, which already face educational inequity in New Hampshire because of the procedures by which we fund education. We have never been more firmly in opposition. Please vote inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Winifred. Or Winfred, okay.
It's Winfried Fennerberg. I'm the superintendent of the Kearsarge Regional School District. Thank you, Chairman Gray, Senator Birdsall, old buddies, Senator Ward. Much of what I was going to testify has already been mentioned. I will spare you that repetition. Essentially, the Kearsarge School Board asked me to convey their strong opposition to House Bill 1393 for many of the reasons mentioned before. One of the issues of that bill that is not really worked out in any kind of detail is what happens if a district decides to have an extra expenditure such as renovating their schools. The way I read this, any kind of first payment of a bond, and we just went through this in Kearsarge, would have been $500,000. The board would have faced the question of having to cut back $500,000 in order to get a renovation project financed under that tax cap, and perhaps had to limit programs at the high school for 1 year until we can catch up with that. This is not how you do public education. This is not how you provide consistency to the programs that you have in place and worked hard for students to provide. Senator Susi, one of your questions I don't think got answered very well. As a past special education administrator, I can tell you that it would be extremely discomforting to follow the solution that was suggested. Just have a special meeting and you can get that appropriation through for kids that move in and their special education costs. I want you to imagine you as a parent or you as one of those two parents of kids moving into the district being the cause of a special town meeting to appropriate funds so that your kid can be educated. I think it's unconscionable. I think this is not how we have done special education or public education in this state. And I will join my school district and my school board in asking you to strongly oppose this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Thank you very much. Kim? Yep. Keller, right?
Kelleher.
I missed a little syllable, huh?
Thank you so much, Senators, for this hearing today. My name is Kim Kelleher, and I'm going to do my best to stay inside the box at Senator Gray's advice. I am a teacher in the Lakes region. I've been a teacher for 25 years, and I am a product of our New Hampshire public school system. I went all through the school system. I did college in the university system, and I'm currently in graduate school. So I am here again to echo the opposition to HB 1393, and I'm going to just try to address 3 points that I heard here today. The first one is we have a voting system in place. It's called our local school board, and I think it's a very powerful system in the fact that the local school board knows what the local community needs. In our system, for example, they work with the central office to determine what the school needs, what the children need, what the teachers need. They vet the budget process. They have hearings. They minimize, they cut things. It's quite a lengthy process. My concern is if we say that we want people to just go out and vote, and I apologize, I don't have a 3-page handout or anything, but to go through this process, that we're going to actually lose a lot of people in the process, and they're just going to become very disenfranchised because it's so overwhelming. Right now, I have a graduate degree, and there are times I go to vote and I read the proposed bill, and I just have to read it 3 or 4 times. It's very confusing. I would be very nervous to put that back on the voters to make these major decisions. The other point is about the transient population. At one point in time, I worked in a school district where we had a lot of students who would move in at the end of September for October 1st low rents, winter rentals, and then they would move out in the end of May before the June summer rental rates went up. So I don't know how this bill would work with that. Like if you have people, transients coming in, people leaving, I have no idea how this would even address that. And the third concern that I have is, and again, I'm not a numbers person, but in my town, the average price per pupil is around $18,000 to be educated. And I can't even imagine how that would look in the classroom if that was capped at $10,000 for every student. It would be a lack of resources. It would be a lack in the curriculum. It'd be a lack in staffing, transportation. It would decimate our school budget. So thank you very much for listening. I appreciate it.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was the last person who was signed up. There were 5 additional people who signed up, did not wish to speak, 2 in support and 3 against. With that, we're going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session. I do not anticipate having a motion come through on 1393, but you never know. It'll probably be more a discussion than any voting, but if someone would like to make a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session. All those in favor say aye. And when you go by, Trish, you can hit the microphone over there. I've got the list of bills to, that are not yet exec. First bill, House Bill 144.
Yes.
I think, Senator Susie, I received an email from the Secretary of State today that talked about that there could be language inserted that dealt with the emailing of ballots for Uokava people. I would certainly forward that on to you if you would like to look at it and see if it's something that could be incorporated into that one, since you're dealing with absentee ballots on that.
Okay, I already do have a draft amendment, but I did not see the Secretary of State's request, so I will gladly take a look at it.
All right, because there is a draft amendment on 1514. Has everyone had a chance to look at that? 514, excuse me. My dyslexia, what can I say?
Yeah, I think I did.
I guess I really know how to clear a room.
Yeah, if you do have extras, I could use one as well.
Thanks.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, was this
Yes, ma'am.
the recommendation from Secretary Scanlon?
That is from his email to all of us. No stops in between. This would fundamentally change the way we do it back to apparently something that was close to what we did in the past. And that is that the column rotation inside of the Senate district, so that you would have possibly 24 different ones, that would be the way the columns would be rotated. If you're not ready to act on that, just tell me and we'll move on to talking about the rest of the ones in the list.
Okay. I would move ought to pass.
Move on to pass. Okay, and we have a motion on the amendment. Okay. All right. Discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Move ought to pass as amended. All right, we have a motion and a second on ought to pass as amended. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Now move consent.
Now, Senator Birdsall moves consent. Senator Susie seconds. All those in favor of consent, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and did you want to take that out? Do you want me to do it or what?
It's your bill, Mr. Chairman, or your amendment.
All right, we'll put that one down as me then. Okay,
The,
1009.
I just want to be upfront. I haven't had a chance to talk with Rick on the one that I was going to, the religious. So I'd rather wait and hold on to that one until next week.
Okay, the religious one is 1021A. Okay. I did put in an amendment in that. I'll send it to you when they finish it. It takes out the whole preamble part, because I think that tends to be inflammatory and muddy the situation. It goes down in. I did insert the word primarily for religious, so I inserted that word there. That you have a prayer meeting in your home doesn't mean that you should be exempt from zoning things. And then on the second page, second or third line down, where it says to all, I think, correct me if I'm wrong. So I had a problem with the all uses because, so again, that amendment isn't ready yet, but I just want you to know where I was going. And if somebody, has a different idea, we can't talk about it except in here. So
Thanks, Chair. I agree with those changes. I just wondered your thoughts on, it's currently on page 1, line 29, the language non-discretionary, narrow, objective, and indefinite regulations concerning the height of structures. I wondered if it would be appropriate to remove non-discretionary, narrow, because I think that the intent here is to leave in place the ability of municipalities to pass zoning that does concern other uses, but I just don't want to create confusion about what a municipality can do. And I think that if it said such land or structures may be subject to objective and definite regulations concerning the height of structures, yard sizes, etc., that it would still be sufficient to accomplish its goal. So
You just delete
So
non-discretionary?
I would delete non-discretionary narrow. So I just raised that for conversation.
Is that a legal term?
I
If
mean-
so, what does it mean?
Right. And that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point.
well,
And I don't think it's necessary.
non-discretionary to me would mean
Well,
it
I
is
know it
required by something else, though. Okay, or there is, it's either, 3 feet or it's 5 feet. Okay, you don't get to choose. It's,
Respectfully, Chair, I agree, but don't you think the use of the word objective could accomplish the same?
I'm not objecting to your change.
Okay.
And once OLS gets the draft of this out, Trish will send it to everybody.
Okay.
And then you can certainly send it back to have that, change made in addition, and we'll have the benefit of both of those.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, 1009, we kind of skipped over that one.
Yeah, we did.
Comments?
Don't see the need for this additional information. There was nothing that we were told that really compelled it. And I think what concerned me was that the information may not necessarily be accurate in what is provided because there were inconsistencies prior to, I think it was 2002. Some had this info, some did not. So like, for example, I registered to vote a long time ago, before 2002, let's put it that way.
You did?
And, who knows if that was captured? I presume because it's in a city, the date is probably there, but if it isn't, I think people are proud of how long they've been registered to vote, particularly if they've been there for a long time. I don't know that what would be generated from this would actually be accurate, and I just don't see the need to add it.
Other comments?
Senator, when you asked Secretary Scanlon about the fact that it could be an inaccurate date just based on this procedure. So I agree with you.
I mean, he doesn't, I can talk to Ross, Representative Barry, but he doesn't really give a reason.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he does have a point, is that there are some that were entered in as July 4th, 1776.
Well, let me talk
I
to
remember
that.
why. Yeah,
Well, I think I know why.
we talked about that when we were in the house.
Any date that was in there, including birth date, registration date, et cetera, which was not recorded in the city or town's data at the time that they were incorporated into the statewide voter list, was put in as that date so that there would be no confusion as to that date and some arbitrary other date that you would put in. So when you see that date, that meant that the data that came forward from, I guess, and it also gives you kind of an indication of when the thing was done. But that's the way that was done.
Well, he also says here, they wanted another piece of voter information that can be used during campaigning. It's helpful to know if someone has just moved to the area and needs voter information. You can get that information, and especially if someone hasn't registered, that's when it's more apt to be helpful. So, I agree.
But the date might not be accurate. The other thing the secretary said, and I had forgotten this is the first time he can remember, information going from the private checklist to the
public checklist.
Well,
see, I think the date somebody registered is important for election officials for verification or for that kind of utilization. I don't see where it's important when you're registered for a campaign.
on line 9, okay, is the part in the bill. And it says the information to be maintained and updated shall include the full name, address, date of voter registration, et cetera. It does not put that on the checklist as far as I know, okay?
I'm
So
just
there
reading
is,
from the hearing report from the
Right.
secretary.
But it's also Representative Sweeney's bill. It's not Representative Barry's bill.
correct.
So he probably,
The, when you ask for the voter information, voter history information, and the parties, and we heard testimony about that when they talked about the checklist and whether or not a spreadsheet and stuff, yes, all that information is available. If you're a statewide candidate, yes, you can get it statewide. If you're a local candidate, you can get the local one. And we are changing, or at least before us is a measure to change back to what we had before and fix the municipal election information so that that can be also included. But as best I know, it doesn't change what you see on the checklist that's used on election day. This would be in addition to the information that is given to the qualified people who can get the list. People who registered soon or a short time before the election, if they are a new registrant in the state, they would have a very high voter ID number, which is what the parties, as far as I know, have used in the past. But that wouldn't preclude somebody who was registered in Derry, moved to Portsmouth, and would maintain their same voter ID number, but that date of registration would or wouldn't change, and I'm not quite sure on the wording in here.
Is it initial registration? Is it last registration?
It doesn't tell us, correct. So,
yeah, actually, from what I read, it doesn't, it's not for,
My
for
my
the super
personal
budget.
opinion is that if the sponsor of this wants it to go through, he should take note of some of our comments and submit it next year, because I certainly have more amendments than I can write right now. And I don't know that I can fix it all.
Move interim study.
So we have a motion for interim study. Do I have a second?
I'll
I have
second.
a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Move consent.
Move consent.
Second.
Yeah. And further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And Senator Susie?
Sure.
Okay. Ten 69. Village districts and commissioners. I can't remember who was doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, if this is the right one. And I'm over on page 1, notwithstanding provision for RSA 670:2, any village district may at the annual meeting under the article in the warrant for the meeting elect 5 rather than 3. Yes, this is the right one. What they've told me is that since SB 200 only did one town, okay, that this will do all of the towns,
Yeah.
all of the village districts, so that 200 becomes unnecessary. And this would give local control to the people who want to do that.
So they're just if they want to, they can vote to increase from 3 commissioners to 5.
The 5.
Yep.
Ought to pass.
We have a motion of ought to pass from Senator Ward.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have a motion for consent.
Moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye? Okay. Opposed? Consent 5-0. We didn't have
I'll
any.
take it out.
Okay. Uh, 1081.
Bless you. Okay. Oh.
This one here, for me, it all comes down to what the percentage is. And that's, when you look at the bill, line 3, it goes 2/3 down to simple majority. And that issue was brought up again at the hearings today, whether or not if you vote something in with one percentage, what should be the percentage that you voted out with. And I've been here long enough that I know that when a certain party is in power, then guns are allowed on the House floor. And when a certain party, other than that, is in, there's no guns allowed on the House floor, although,
Is it,
so again, the question is what is the committee's feeling about what should happen. you know.
So in order to be considered a village district, does it have to be 2/3?
I
Are
don't
there
know
any
that we have
requirements?
anybody from NHMA still here, so I don't know.
Not here.
According to the prime sponsor, it's a simple majority to
Right.
become a village district.
Correct.
And his rationale for submitting this was that it couldn't be a private property.
I would agree if it was 2/3, then it should be 2/3. Simple.
So in an SB2 town, which is one of the bills that we've heard, if it wasn't last year, it was the year before, about people wanting to revert back, and they were having difficulty because that election was going to be taken during the town meeting when a certain type of voter is more apt to show up than a different type of voter, and expressing their frustration. I don't know where you want to go, whether you want to.
Well, for what it's worth, simple majority in a case like this, I don't think is sufficient. Should be more.
Yeah, I agree with you, Senator. I think it's one thing to enter into something, but when you're coming out of it, it's, disposing of property, and there's just a lot more legal entanglement to come out of something like
Right.
that. I think it's a bigger decision.
Yeah, and I agree with you guys. And in generally, also think our job is to be stable and create predictability. And so, to the chairman's point, we don't want an action taken to be undone the next
year,
year and
yeah.
redone the next year. Yeah.
There
So-
is some ground that's nearer the middle, and that would be 3/5. So instead of 66 and 6%, you would need 60%.
Right.
So it makes no, okay. It's the mathematician in me, I mean, every engineer is kind of a mathematician too. So.
I can see
All right.
another amendment coming down the pike. I'll move interim study. Do you want interim study or ITO?
I think that
Yeah.
either motion is appropriate.
We can.
Interim study it is,
Interim
okay,
study. I move interim study.
Second.
okay. We have a motion of interim study. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. And do I have a motion
Move
for
consent.
consent?
Sure. So moved.
Okay, all those in favor of consent say aye.
Aye.
And Senator Ward,
Glad to take it up.
it's your turn. Okay. Is that right? Just so the committee knows, I have told her she gives it to me once, because if she gives it to me twice, I'm gonna change it a second time.
Oh, jeez.
So just so you know, I've never met a word I couldn't spell 2 or 3 times differently, and I've never seen a blurb I couldn't. Anyway,
That's the engineer in there.
yeah, it's,
I worked with enough of them.
well, thank you. I can,
So what are you taking out?
1150, 1153 is the next bill.
Okay.
Absentee ballot requests. This is that they can't get a ballot without an actual request. There is nothing in the law or in statute that I know of that would preclude someone from calling up the town clerk, saying, I want to register. The town clerk emailing the documents to the person, either video chat follows next or other communications via email, and that document returned to the clerk the same day, and that ballot going out that evening. Does anybody know of anything in the law that would preclude that?
7 to 9.
No.
And if that's true, then I don't have any problem with the language that's in the bill.
Well,
Yes, it takes another half hour, maybe? Hour?
Well, it takes longer than that, right? Because it's whether or not the town or city clerk has approved the application. I mean, the idea is, once again, if the application is the first step in the clerk's office, there's no question that if they're not approved, there's no ballot going out. So for the convenience of the voter to send both in.
And that's what the bill says. But what I'm saying is that the registration process is the filling out of the document, the proofs that, the clerk requests.
Mm-hmm.
And then the approval of the document by the clerk, which is only really preliminary because it really isn't approved kind of thing until the supervisor gets it. But we don't hold the ballot from being sent out to the people.
yeah, haven't we sent out?
We send them out at the same time.
Yeah.
Which was what we started doing back, I think Representative Bergeron testified, it was done in 2005 or 6.
And I think another good point is that,
Right.
if the absentee ballot is then returned, but that person has not submitted their application and is not on the checklist, then the absentee ballot is not opened.
Right.
So I guess I don't know what the risk is that we're solving for here.
So what he's saying here is someone who wants to apply for an absentee ballot and is not registered has to ask for the registration information, get registered, and then request an absentee ballot.
Right, which takes more time for the individual if they're getting close to the election. Because right now,
How many-
the process is you can do both, you can be sent both,
Mm-hmm.
but nothing ever happens with your ballot if you've sent it in, if you're not approved. So the first.
But how do they approve it? What is someone who's, let's say in Florida, let's say someone who's temporarily away hasn't registered to vote. The election is coming up. They want to register, so they contact and they get sent a registration and a application. What proof do they show that they're a citizen and they're eligible to vote in New Hampshire?
Well, it could be multiple things. It could be, here's my parents' address, in wherever. And, it could be, I attended school at Rochester High. Could be,
Here's a photocopy of my driver's license that I've included.
But do they
I
do that?
shied away from that one because
But someone could do that. I mean,
Yeah.
conceivably, somebody can.
here,
tell you it's the
Fill out
safest thing to do.
is there another affidavit in there?
it would be the same affidavits that we've talked about before. That you've got to prove identity first and then the documents for age, citizenship, and domicile that you provide would, because if you can't prove identity and the thing says Will Smith, then how do I know that Will Smith is, Will Smith may be of age, Will Smith may be a citizen, and Will Smith may be domiciled, but if you haven't proved you're Will Smith, then you can't get there from me out.
But the point is, even if you filled out a ballot, nothing can happen with that ballot until the registration is approved.
But if they just fill out an affidavit, how is it proved?
Right now, they prove it by signing that under penalty of perjury. Again, I want to get to a more interactive, and that's why the portal, that's why a lot of the other things that I have done in here, trying to move us, that if I am going to go to the portal to file my New Hampshire tax return, my DP-10, no one sees my ID. No one sees any other picture ID from me. But you sure do take my money, and you sure do try to prosecute me if I forgot to, claim enough interest. Okay? So what I'm going to do is let you guys think about that one.
Come back.
And
Okay.
we'll move on for today. 1203. On 1203, I sent an email to OLS Saturday or Sunday, I can't remember. And I told them to take the amendment that I had written, the floor amendment that I had written that was never presented to the Senate, and fold that in to 1203. That way that those,
Fold in or replace?
I said fold in. There's, most of what 1203 does right now
Is
is
similar.
take out SB3. And taking out SB3, I don't have a problem with. It does go into 454-2, Roman 2, and play with that a little bit. And we can have discussions in here about how it does that. And there might be a few other things that it changes in there that whether or not you're happy with them or unhappy with them. But again, this is just to tell you where I'm going so that, if you have strong objection and you want to talk to me one-on-one about the incorporation of that unpresented floor amendment, that, come talk to me, okay?
Well, I'm happy to raise one issue here.
Yes,
On
ma'am.
Page 9 of 1203.
Yeah.
The issue on line 5 through 7 and the use of will never be able to possess.
Right, and I
I
believe.
understand that was about, or the intent of the sponsor was that was to address people who are homeless, but
That should all go away when you put in the new language.
okay.
And if
Okay.
it doesn't, then we'll modify it again.
Because to the extent it's inconsistent with 664:1, I think there's a problem. I think that language could just be substituted in the slot, but I'm happy to look at the amendment, so.
Well, and, as I said before, I went back into the other amendment. And because we take out so much of that documentation stuff, the 30 days, and the 30 days that's in this, because he has a separate form, I told him to take out the 30-day form also.
Okay, that's good.
And when that 30-day form comes out, I think that the need for that paragraph you cited also comes out. But we'll try to work through it and get to where at least we can get a 3-2, one way or the other, right?
One way or another.
Okay.
77.
Cybersecurity incidents. There's supposedly an NHMA amendment. Do we have that?
Is that the one from Representative Somsich?
Could be.
I have one, it's number 0101.
All right, that would have been presented to the House. All
think it was presented to the House. I think the issue arose after the fact.
I think he presented an amended version to us, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Municipal Association at the hearing said they supported the adoption of this amendment.
Right. So.
Okay, so we'll put that one on hold too. And I'll try to figure that one out, so.
I think Mr. Barry knows if it's.
Mr. Barry knows? Mr. Barry, come on forward, 'cause if you're gonna talk, you have to have one of those little red lights in front of you.
She's nodding.
Go for it.
So my understanding is what was just said is accurate. The amendment was mistakenly not adopted in the House, so they presented it to you folks for adoption.
Okay.
Okay, so
And this was language that Mr. Belay and others said.
Right.
Yes.
I think it changes one word, and if I'm correct in what I understood, the concern was, thank you, the concern was that the way that the bill is written currently implies that any entity within the town would have to report rather than just the town itself.
That was, now that you reminded me.
So if I'm not mistaken on the amendment, it's line 6. I don't have the bill in front of me, but within the political subdivision, and there may be a different word other than the in the bill as passed by the House.
Yeah, it was such.
Report
in the
such
original
incident.
version as introduced.
So, but
But it's also on, I think it's also on line 7. Within the political subdivisions information systems.
So when I did talk to the commissioner, he did say that the issues with Microsoft that were brought up at the hearing were resolved and there was no need to change for that.
Right.
And he did mention an amendment, and I wasn't sure on the phone call, but now we have testimony.
This is my understanding, yes, sir.
We have testimony that it's his
My
understanding.
understanding too.
Everybody's still reading, so I'll be quiet for a minute.
I think we could move on this.
Okay, so we have a motion of ought to pass from Senator Perkins Quokka,
Second.
and that was seconded. Now we have a motion for
Ought to
amendment.
pass on the amendment 0101.
Okay,
I'll second.
Okay.
so now,
What are we doing with the amendment? What are we changing?
We're adopting 0101.
Oh, yeah,
But I think
okay.
the question is, what does the
I
amendment?
thought I heard something about changing one word.
No, that's just what amendment 010H does.
I got it.
Okay.
you have further questions for it?
No.
Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of amendment 2022-0101H, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. OTPA,
Move consent?
and all those in favor of ought to pass as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. And we have consent.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And Senator Perkins Quokka gets this one.
All right.
But unless you really want it.
No, that's fine.
She's the only one that hasn't gotten the bill yet.
Okay. Just gotta carry it away.
That's from my rep, so I should
right.
probably take it out.
Rockingham County length of terms, 1397. What is the committee's pleasure?
I'll move. Just want to pass. Mm.
We have a motion of ought to pass.
Could you just remind me, Mr. Chairman, is there another bill that we were waiting for the House to do something with before we acted on this, or?
Not to
Not
my
this one.
recollection.
Okay, I thought there was another one dealing with terms. Oh, actually, it was the Sullivan County bill.
Yeah.
That was so different.
Because we did
Right.
move interim study on that, but the blurb that I didn't change that Trish wrote for me does say we're not taking action because we're going to do something when we do this bill.
Well, remember
So I just want to
the,
be accurate now that it's in print.
well, we can take action here in the executive session. All right, the question on this bill, it comes down to whether or not we're going to do it or not do it, and then if we do it, whether or not we only do Rockingham County or we open it up to other counties, and that would take care of Sullivan County at the same time, depending upon how it's written. My personal opinion is that the way they did this, they did not take any roll call vote. So I can't go in and look at how the representatives from Rockingham County voted on this. I have no clue, okay? I am told that they did discuss it at a delegation executive session, not even a whole meeting of the whole delegation, but just the executive session. You know, is that good enough, not good enough? But then when you look at the issue of bringing it out for everyone, again, there's no way to tell.
Honestly, I think if they tried to do that, I guess, on the floor,
Yeah.
and one of the reps, not from Rockingham, one of the reps from the other counties objected, so they pulled it out.
Yeah.
So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, if Rockingham wants to be the kind of the guinea pig on this, they did all the work. And I think
there are others that have 4-year terms, right? We had a chart or something.
The chart that you had dealt with the commissioners, and what is pretty much in there is that a lot of them want at least one commissioner to continue so that there's never a time when you don't have at least one returning commissioner. So what they did is they staggered out that 4-year term and they rotated it among districts and they did other things.
but that's the commissioners, that's not
Yeah.
the Rockingham County, is the sheriff, the
Yeah.
register of deeds, and the county attorney.
And how many emails did you get from constituents of the county? I got emails from police people. I got emails from Register of Deeds. I got, other officials, but I'd be hard pressed to tell you that I got any if, and if I did get some, it couldn't have been probably more than 5 from the actual people in the counties that wanted this.
Well,
Further complicate matters, I also would note amendment 0120 passed out of the House.
so that's the one I was talking about, that, yeah.
Yeah. It also is concerning that it expands.
All right, I'm gonna let you think about this one.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't, my problem is that there's no way to go get a vote of the people in the county right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah.
We're here, we listened to the testimony. No one really came in against it.
Yep, I agree. So we'll let you think for another week. It's not an FN, so. 1467. Okay, I have actually been over at OLS twice now, and I'm going to rewrite the thing myself and give it back to him again. I do not,
What'd you say?
there you go. You know, they gave it to me. I had to rewrite it. On this one here, so what happens if I have a governor's race? Okay? I want to recount. Okay? Doesn't this bill tell me that I've got to recount another thing also?
Which could then lead to an additional recount if there are findings that exceed, I mean, you could be caught in a loop where you get a general election.
So I went to the Secretary of State and I said, okay, come on. How about if we limit this to House of Representatives races? Because now, you know, we've got a limited number. The single district ones, hey, those are, you know, usually pretty easy to recount, but even in a flotilarial, I'm not going to have an overwhelming number of ballots. And so I says, well, how many, you know, have we had? And so he gave me a number, and I says, okay, what if I further limit it to, we find out how many recounts we have for House of Representative seats, and if I have 10 or less recounts, I do all 10 races with at least another recount. And if I've got more, random sample, which 10 I pick. That keeps us in a box. Okay? That if the Secretary of State schedules those 10 recounts that are going to also do the other recounts early in the week, then you've got a shot at least knowing whether or not you're going to expand this thing, you know, and not push out Uocava ballots if it's a primary. Of course, you could limit it to the general election instead of the primary, but that would be up to you. So.
I think the other issue that we need to address is with the, on line 10, where it says a discrepancy. I think the secretary wanted us to say an unexplained discrepancy, because otherwise, I mean, a discrepancy could be a typographical error, something that's easily noticed, whereas he thought it should be a more significant event, like something that can't be resolved.
I don't know that that word discrepancy is still in the last one I got from OLS, but that's still a work in progress, so. Does anyone have objection to first limiting it to state rep races? And second, some kind of a limit on the number that we would do total?
I don't have a problem with it. Sure. I kind of liked the audit bill that we sent over, that we spent a summer working on. I don't know that.
I don't see that they're incompatible. And that's another reason why to limit the number of these. But, you
We'll
know,
look at the amendment.
okay, but before I get there, if it does come out, what do you want the upper limit to be on the number, top number you would do? Do you want a 10? Do you want a 12, 15,
Wouldn't go any higher.
2? I mean, no.
You're still talking about the house races,
Yeah,
You mean
10
the
or
total-
less?
You mean the total number of races that we would audit?
right.
10's a lot.
Well, it's
Well-
it's a heck of a lot less than what this bill would have done without.
What about
modification.
one in each, well then, if we're gonna do 10, one in each county?
But see, you may not have a recount requested one in each county. And since if I look at the maps for executive council or other things, I know that 75% of my population is Concord and below. If I draw a line across.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess I'm still farther back than you, which is, do we need this bill enough to thought out? But I know that you are thinking about, so you are thoughtful.
Well,
I just am not.
there are those constituents out there who are not going to be satisfied with the process in the Senate bill that we sent over because it uses a machine to check a machine. I tell those people that once I've scanned those ballots into that machine, it's the same process that I would use had I started with that machine in the first place, and that is comparing the image of the ballot with the information in the database. And that is how those type of recounts or audit procedures are done in other states. And we did put in there that if a new machine is selected and approved, is that they should also come up with an audit plan for that machine at the same time, because that one that we passed was, so, all right, since I haven't heard a lot of people yelling at me for 10, that's a number easily changed in a committee amendment, so we can go past that for right now. Election official misconduct, 1567.
I'm highly in favor of this one.
Okay.
Didn't we hear that it needed an amendment, though? That Representative Griffin at the end said. Well, I can. Do we know what kind of an amendment we were looking at? Because I can talk to Barbara.
The only thing that I had written down, and I didn't write it on my little yellow sheet, so it may have just been my thoughts when we were doing that, is that both in Roman 2 and Roman 3, lines looked like 7 and 13, it does use the word shall. And on line 13, I wrote next to it is responsible to notify the, people, instead of taking out the shall and may, just make them responsible. And because if they decide not to prosecute, what is their responsibility for notification? Is there one? And in some cases, I would think that the decision may be, they may back into a decision because that they may get 6 or 7 other cases that they think is much more worthy of their time, and therefore forget about this one And,
Is this the one I was supposed to talk to Rick about? Now that I'm thinking about it.
okay,
No, wait a minute.
I'm ready to write first, I'll talk to Rick.
No, you can write my name down. I can deal with this, but,
Okay.
what is it that, I think the question we had was the general attorney shall?
Right, and that's what the chairman was just talking about. He said, is responsible to. And I guess I was pondering this bill. I mean, I would prefer not to impose penalties on our election volunteers. I mean, all we hear is how hard it is to find election staffers and how these people are diligently trying to do their job.
But
However,
it's not the election officials, it's actually, well, it's
the town,
the town.
implementing reforms. So, I mean,
There was,
just.
to go along with what you were
Yes.
saying,
Yes.
didn't we talk about taking the 250 and saying up to 1,000, which would give them the option of 0?
I don't know.
Sorry, Chair. I'm not following you. I had a different suggestion, but
Oh, then let me shut up until you
No.
finish.
I was just wondering if, I mean, I understand that there may be will to pass this, so I am just trying to improve it. I don't know if I would like to pass it, but instead of negligently, would you guys be open to a different standard, like intentionally fail to perform such duty? Because that would, in my mind, capture kind of these bad actors who, take a definitive act which is not helpful, as opposed to a simple volunteer acting negligently or making a mistake.
But
Yep.
you have to prove intent, and I think that's a much higher bar.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it's negligent, then we could, look at the lower penalty versus the higher penalty.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I think
So-
I'm more concerned with the second part than I am with the first part.
Mhm.
I do believe an individual should be held responsible. I don't have a problem with negligently.
Mm-hmm.
The part that I'm just struggling with a bit, and I tried to ask a few questions during the hearing, was that if an individual acts independent of everybody else but does something negligent, yes, that individual is liable, is responsible. But what about, what could the town have done to even prevent or stop what was happening? I mean, in some cases, they won't have any knowledge of it. They're going to be assessed this fine. They don't even have the ability to remove. I mean, one of the things we did talk about is that in some cases, the bad actor gets reelected.
Yeah, I know. Well,
That's then the town is going to have to keep paying,
Yeah.
even though the townspeople. And as we've
Well-
talked about, only small groups going to town meeting, reelecting the moderator or whomever, and then the entire town is on the hook.
But, and I know in every one of my towns, the selectmen are required to be there and participate. So they know what's going on. They've been trained. I mean, I won't get into it, but.
No, I understand,
So
I know with them and other
they have to
places.
have some awareness of, you typically trust the moderator or the town clerk to do what they're supposed to do, but you have to have some responsibility if you're one of the selectmen or you're responsible for being there and reviewing everything, then they should have some idea of what's going on.
So in some cases, the town would have knowledge. I'm there at the election, and the moderator comes down, rips out my sign that's in my buddy's lawn across the yard, okay? What does the town do? Okay? There may be a sign, that the town doesn't take any action about signs being, in the right of way, okay? And the moderator says, well, I'm gonna rip all these down that are in the right of way. So he does, and that's kind of why, and I know Senator Birdsell doesn't like it, but if I drop the low number all the way down to 0, then the court or the Attorney General in this case, has some options in saying, okay, yeah, there was nothing you could have done. So although we're going to find you guilty, the fine is going to be 0. So
I personally,
gives you some discretion.
I think in some cases that the Attorney General shall bring charges if the moderator or the town clerk is found negligent.
Trish, are we holding you up from something? Okay. Because I can tell these people to go home and come back later.
But I can, let me talk to Rick. At least I know now which bill I was supposed to talk to him about. I brought the religious one up to him. He'd be like, why?
So the one other thing I would just inject, there's just nothing to mitigate. So let's say that the selectman did see something was wrong, that the moderator was doing something. There's no way for them to remove them. And there's no way for them to say, hey, the minute we saw something was going wrong, we stopped whatever.
But they
can still be found.
They can call the Attorney General's office and say, we think something is wrong here.
I understand that, but there doesn't appear to be a defense for the second part. If the bad actor commits his bad act, they're on the hook no matter what, even if they tried to stop it, even if they potentially tried to remove them. But there's no mechanism to remove them. That's the piece of it.
That might be a good 3-step process that in an amendment that, if the, and I'll talk to Rick about it,
Because to me,
whoever is found to be negligent has to pay a price. And if the selectmen or the had tried to do something, then they should be found.
That should mitigate their necessity to pay a fine.
But if they still, for instance, in Bedford, I mean, they tried to do a vote of no confidence and it didn't pass.
But I guess that's why I was suggesting intentionality, because I mean, if you're not aware there's a problem, then you not doing anything shouldn't subject you to a fine. But if you're aware there's a problem and you still fail to act, like by censuring or removal or something, then I guess that seems worthy of penalty. But you guys are coming at it a different way. I mean, I think what you're suggesting, Senator Susie, is that we need to add the ability to remove someone. But again, I would think we'd want that to be intentional.
Or
at least provide for a reduction or a waive of the fine if action was taken to mitigate the damage.
Right.
Like at least recognize that.
I like. I mean, but if there was no action.
Right. Then I guess they would be on the hook. But if they could have done something and they didn't.
They didn't. Okay. That's another way to get at it.
As a clerk, some of my actions might be notify the police department, call the election hotline, met with them afterwards and, had a discussion with them on the law. Asked the Secretary of State to do that. Again, there are actions that they could, but, all right. Seeing that one's going to be set aside for right
Come
now.
out of executive session.
We have a motion to come out of executive session.
So
Do we have a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, our business being done, we are recessed.
Recess of the call of the chair. Everybody. Mr. Barry.
Hit the button.